Chapter 143. TSK, little fellow, this old me has only slept for a while. How did you create such a huge mess? You are really a troublemaker. TSK. Suddenly, Gu Yu's voice quietly sounded in Xiao Yan's heart. Xiao Yan curled his lips and ignored him. He did not think that Gu Yu would be unaware of his big battle today. Gu Yu smiled. He was too lazy to explain. Instead, he changed the topic and solemnly spoke to Xiao Yan. Little fellow, you should know that you have created quite a big mess this time around. Xiao Yan's expression had become grave before Gu Yu's voice sounded. Xiao Yan did not doubt Gu Yu's words. However, to ordinary people, it might be a true destructive force. To you, however, it might be an opportunity. Xiao Yan's expression had just become grave when Gu Yu's following words caused Xiao Yan's eyes to brighten. His eyes also looked at the nearest energy whirlpool. Could it be that he could rely on that terrifying fellow to break through? You can forget about breaking through. The formation of spatial whirlpools is a little special. You are extremely lucky to be able to trigger a spatial whirlpool this time around. However, it is a little unrealistic if you wish to break through. The reason why I said that this might be an opportunity for you is because the true destructive strength of the spatial whirlpool lies in the damage it inflicts on the physical body. It possesses a terrifying tearing force. Its mouth is capable of continuously tearing everything apart until it is reduced to nothingness. With your current physical strength, you can enter any one of them. If you are unable to escape quickly, that person will only end up being torn apart. Xiao Yan's face twitched violently when he heard this. Even with his physical strength, he was unable to remain in the whirlpool for even a moment. How could this be an opportunity for him? Gu Yu laughed out loud. He smiled at Xiao Yan and said, "Don't underestimate the spatial whirlpool. Don't be fooled by the fact that there are dozens of spatial whirlpools. In fact, they are all interconnected, just like some spatial wormholes. It's just that these guys are disorderly. You can't possibly know which whirlpool you'll come out from after you pass through a whirlpool. Therefore, they are all equivalent to a whirlpool. As long as you're fast enough, you'll be able to move freely between them. As a result, its power will continuously bombard your body, and you'll be able to borrow that power to raise your physical body to an even more terrifying level." Gu Yu's words had just sounded when Xiao Yan involuntarily licked his lips with his tongue. If it was really as Gu Yu had said, these spatial whirlpools were no longer terrifying things that could devour a person. Instead, they were medicinal pills that could raise one's strength. Xiao Yan no longer hesitated when he thought of this. There was such a rare training ground in front of him. Naturally, he had to grab hold of this opportunity. Before Gu Yu could finish speaking, Xiao Yan's body had already flashed. The dragon phoenix bloodline within his body was activated at the same time. A layer of solid purple-gold dragon scales instantly wrapped around Xiao Yan's body. A light flashed under his feet as he used the sky extinction step. In the next instant, Xiao Yan's body appeared in front of a nearby spatial whirlpool. Although Xiao Yan had high expectations for this spatial whirlpool after Gu Yu's explanation, Xiao Yan still involuntarily felt his scalp turn numb before he actually entered it. If any accident happened, he would not be able to exit after entering it. Xiao Yan heaved a long sigh of relief. He forcefully calmed himself down and suppressed his violently beating heart. His body flashed and instantly charged into the spatial whirlpool. At the same time, Gu Yu's final reminder was finally transmitted into Xiao Yan's ears. "Little fellow, why are you so anxious? The spatial pressure within this spatial whirlpool is dozens of times greater than the outside world. You must endure the pressure after entering. Otherwise, it will be futile even if you want to leave." Xiao Yan, who had charged into the spatial whirlpool, was suddenly pressed down by an extremely frightening natural pressure after Gu Yu's words sounded. Before he could stabilize his body, he was instantly crushed to the ground by the extremely frightening natural pressure. Xiao Yan discovered that the ground beneath him was not the ground when he fell to the ground. Instead, it was the same extremely frightening natural pressure. These two forces suppressed each other, causing the pressure that Xiao Yan had to endure to multiply. In merely a moment, even with Xiao Yan's physical strength, he could still feel the muscles all over his body showing signs of bursting apart. Moreover, due to the spatial whirlpool, it was almost impossible for Xiao Yan to move his body. At this moment, Xiao Yan felt as though he had fallen into an abyss of the sea. Even breathing seemed like an extravagant hope. At this moment, Xiao Yan finally witnessed how frightening this spatial whirlpool was. The extreme pressure caused the space to swell even more terrifyingly, causing the muscles all over his body to feel as though they were about to explode. The longer Xiao Yan stayed in this space, the more clearly he felt his body gradually swell. From the outside, Xiao Yan's body had already expanded by more than 2 times. He looked like a bloated fatty. However, only Xiao Yan was aware of just how frightening the pressure within his body was. Hee, smelly brat, you recklessly charged in without listening to what this old me has to say. Now, you should know just how frightening this thing is. Gu Yu was not the least bit worried about Xiao Yan's condition. He was clearly aware of just how frightening Xiao Yan's physical body was. However, this was far from reaching Xiao Yan's limit. Hence, he appeared a little playful as he spoke. Xiao Yan smiled awkwardly in his heart upon hearing Gu Yu's words. His originally nervous heart quietly relaxed. Since Gu Yu had spoken, he would naturally have a way to rescue him. His current condition was likely within Gu Yu's expectations. It was just that Xiao Yan had bumped into him. Alright, it is enough that you have endured for so long. There are still many spatial whirlpools behind. Don't give up. Now, release all of your physical strength. First, remove the pressure around your body. Next, it's time to see your performance. Remember, you must use your fastest speed to instantly pass through this spatial whirlpool. At that time, it will definitely trigger a spatial storm. As long as you can endure for an instant, the strength within will be endlessly beneficial to the tempering of your physical body. However, you are clearly aware of just how frightening these few phases are if you wish to endure for a long time. The strength unleashed by the spatial storm is definitely not something that you can endure. An instant is already your limit. Xiao Yan acknowledged in his heart after Gu Yu's words sounded. He was aware that Gu Yu's warning was not empty. Hence, he did not dare to be careless. A thought passed through Xiao Yan's mind and the King Kong glass body was instantly activated. Xiao Yan's originally swollen body once again swelled. The pressure that had been transmitted from within his body also eased at this moment. Xiao Yan was finally able to heave a long sigh of relief. With the Dragon Phoenix ancient armor and the King Kong glass body, most of the frightening pressure around Xiao Yan had been removed. His large body suddenly shook as Xiao Yan's right hand suddenly clenched into a fist. The 8th-grade collapse was instantly unleashed as he violently threw a punch at the empty space in front of him. Bang! The sound of a spatial explosion was suddenly transmitted over. An invisible spatial ripple spread apart at the same time. The pressure around Xiao Yan was completely eliminated by this punch. Xiao Yan's golden bright eyes instantly flashed with a glint after the pressure was removed. The wind under his feet stirred, and his large body suddenly turned into a light pillar that shot toward the deep regions of the realm. Ha! Yellow Spring Divine Anger. Moo! 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 Xiao Yan widened his mouth as he charged forward. The Yellow Spring Divine Anger was instantly unleashed. Another invisible spatial ripple spread. The pressure in front of Xiao Yan was immediately reduced. Xiao Yan's speed once again soared. He directly broke through the restraints of the pressure within the spatial whirlpool and instantly appeared in the depths of the spatial whirlpool. Bang! Xiao Yan's body had just passed when the surrounding space suddenly emitted an explosive sound. The entire spatial whirlpool suddenly shook at this moment. The frightening suction force from the outside world also suddenly paused at this moment. Soon after, a series of explosions spread like firecrackers and chased after Xiao Yan. At the same time, thick bolts of silver lightning emerged from the void where the explosion occurred. Soon after, they merged and gathered together, transforming into an enormous lightning beast with lightning flashing all over its body within the spatial whirlpool. Xiao Yan's expression involuntarily changed when he saw this. He did not expect that this spatial turbulence would actually lure out a magical beast. Moreover, Xiao Yan's heart became incomparably solemn when he probed its aura. The strength of this enormous lightning beast was extremely deep. He was unable to detect the source of its strength. Such a frightening strength was likely at least at the Do D class. Do D. This level was still too far away for the current Xiaoyan. However, the strength of this enormous lightning beast in front of him had already reached such an extraordinary level. It was likely that Xiaoyan would not even be able to endure a random attack from it. Xiaoyan's heart instantly became incomparably heavy when he thought of this. The enormous rock that had slowly fallen from his heart a moment ago was now like a huge hammer that violently struck Xiaoyan's heart. It is unexpected that such a small spatial whirlpool is actually able to agglomerate a void lightning beast. Not bad, not bad. Coincidentally, it is only an illusory figure. As long as you are fast enough, nothing will happen to you. Gu Yu's laughing voice was transmitted from nowhere, while Xiaoyan's heart was feeling heavy. This caused Xiaoyan's expression to be slightly startled. He frowned and asked Gu Yu in his heart, "Elder Gu, what is this void lightning beast? Old Bone, what kind of void lightning beast is this? Is it not the main body?" Chapter 144. Actual body. If the actual body was here, forget about letting it take the initiative to attack. Just the remnant might would be enough to seriously injure you to the brink of death. At this moment, this little fellow, who appears to be quite powerful, is merely an illusory figure. Gu Yu softly laughed after hearing the question in Xiaoyan's words. The corner of his mouth was lifted into a faint smile as he slowly spoke. Xiaoyan once again felt a shock in his heart after hearing the true strength of this void lightning beast. An elite Do Di was really extremely powerful. Xiaoyan, was able to contend with a Ban Di, but he was no different from an ant in front of a true elite Do Di. Do Di was indeed worthy of the word Di. Gu Yu softly laughed after seeing the shock on Xiaoyan's face. He seemed to be intentionally attacking Xiaoyan as he once again opened his mouth to speak. Moreover, this fellow is merely a young void lightning beast. A true adult void lightning beast is the king of the void. Of course, we have to put aside the dragon tribe for this. After all, the lightning beast tribe merely possesses the might of the void divine lightning. Compared to the dragon tribe, which specializes in the use of spatial strength, they are like children playing with mud. The shock on Xiaoyan's face had already turned into a stunned expression when he heard this. A Do Di class void lightning beast was merely a child. In that case, just how frightening was the true strength of the void lightning beast tribe. However, the shock in Xiaoyan's heart soared after he heard the following words of Gu Yu. Xiaoyan did not dare to think too much about the strength of the void lightning beast tribe. However, from Gu Yu's words, the strength of the dragon tribe was even greater. Xiaoyan sighed helplessly in his heart for a moment. This dragon tribe was really the darling of the heavens. Not only did they possess a physical body that everyone envied, but their strength had also entered the top faction on the continent. Just thinking about it really caused one to feel jealous. While Xiaoyan was feeling jealous because of these two large tribes, the illusory figure of the void lightning beast, which was standing 1,000 feet in front of Xiaoyan, did not give him any more time. Its two thick forelimbs suddenly shook and an invisible spatial ripple spread apart. Although this void lightning beast was merely an illusory figure, it still possessed a trace of an elite Do Di's aura. Even Xiaoyan would have difficulty dealing with it if it unleashed all of its strength. Adding this to the spatial swirl, it was likely that Xiaoyan would end up dying in this place if he was careless. While the spatial ripple spread apart, the space in front of the void lightning beast also followed the spread of the ripple. A silver-white light curtain slowly appeared in front of it. The moment the light curtain appeared, the void lightning beast also collided with it. It seemed as though it wanted to forcefully shatter the light curtain. However, the expression of Xiaoyan, who was in the distance, suddenly changed drastically in the next moment. He instantly used the sky extinction step and his body suddenly turned into a ray of light that rushed forward. Bang! Following the sound of flesh colliding, Xiaoyan's forward speed once again increased. Even the golden light on Xiaoyan's body after he used the King Kong glass body was hidden under this frightening speed. However, Xiaoyan was unable to feel even the slightest joy at this moment. This was because all of this was merely the result of receiving a heavy blow from the void lightning beast. When the void lightning beast collided with the light curtain, The void lightning beast had already violently smashed towards Xiao Yan from behind. Under such frightening speed, Xiao Yan was naturally unable to dodge. Being able to rely on his powerful physical body to forcefully block this attack was already considered quite good. Xiao Yan admitted that even if he was a 9-star half-emperor, it was likely impossible for him to dodge it. From this, it could be seen just how frightening the speed of the void lightning beast was. As for the screen of light, it was no ordinary screen of light. It was a spatial water screen condensed from extremely pure spatial energy. Wherever his thoughts reached, he would be able to reach in an instant. The strength of this spatial water curtain could be said to have already surpassed the level of the word speed. After all, no matter how fast one's speed was, it could not be compared with one's thoughts. Fortunately, although the void lightning beast's attack was quite powerful, it was after all an illusion. The overbearing strength that was enough to directly kill a 1-star half-emperor was still reduced by more than half by Xiao Yan's Dragon Phoenix ancient armor and King Kong glass body. Although there was still some strength left, Xiao Yan was barely able to withstand it. Xiao Yan's body that was sent flying was forcefully stopped in the air. Before he could turn around, another attack from the void lightning beast had already arrived in front of him. Bang! Another heavy blow. Before Xiao Yan could stabilize his body, he was once again sent flying. In the face of the void lightning beast's frightening speed, Xiao Yan did not even have the opportunity to react. Xiao Yan was undoubtedly going to lose this battle. Bang! Bang! After a dozen consecutive attacks, Xiao Yan had already spat out an unknown amount of blood under this ferocious attack. His originally somewhat rosy face had already turned deathly pale. Nearly half of the bones in his body had been forcefully shattered by the void lightning beast. It was likely going to be extremely difficult for him to recover. Damn it, there is really no end to this beast. If this continues, I'm afraid that I will be forcefully smashed to death by this beast before I can charge out of the spatial whirlpool. The fury in Xiao Yan's heart finally rose once again after being continuously bombarded by the void lightning beast. He cursed in his heart, after which, he could no longer endure it and emitted a furious cry from his mouth. His body that had just been sent flying instantly came to a stop. At the same time, the Dodi bloodline and the Dragon Phoenix bloodline within his body were instantly activated. A clan tattoo emitting a purple-gold luster instantly appeared between Xiao Yan's brows. Following this, Xiao Yan's aura also soared rapidly. The aura all over his body was like a sharp blade that soared to the sky. His aura was like a rainbow as it soared to the 9 heavens. In merely an instant, Xiao Yan's strength had already soared from an intermediate 3-star half-martial emperor to an initial 5-star half-martial emperor. His aura was many times stronger than before. Ha! The strength that had erupted within Xiao Yan's body caused him to involuntarily let out a long roar that soared to the sky. That sharp cry actually contained a dragon roar mixed within it. There was also a faint phoenix cry that echoed it, causing this sharp cry that soared to the sky to not lose to some Tian-class Do skills. The world shook when the sharp cry was emitted. Deep within the endless void, there seemed to be something that had been alarmed. A pair of white-colored eyes that flickered with an endless amount of lightning slowly opened in the depths of the void. A scene slowly appeared within those eyes. One was an enormous beast that flickered with lightning all over its body. The other was a person whose entire body was covered in dragon scales. Both of his arms were dragon arms. Dragon tribe, huh? You can do whatever you want. Once 100 years is up, my lightning beast saint tribe will definitely become the overlord of the magical beast world. At that time, all of you will be prisoners of my lightning beast saint tribe. As for now, all of you are merely jumping clowns. The bright silver eyes slowly shut after those words sounded. The endless void once again returned to silence. Within the spatial whirlpool, Xiao Yan's long roar shook the sky. The aura of a 5-star half-martial emperor swiftly swept out. When the void lightning beast came into contact with Xiao Yan's aura, the aura all over its body suddenly became sluggish. Its body, which had yet to move, paused on the spot. Its enormous body actually began to faintly tremble. At this moment, there was actually a frightened expression flowing within the eyes of the void lightning beast. The source of this frightened expression was Xiao Yan, who was currently in front of it. More accurately speaking, it was the dragon phoenix bloodline within his body. Xiao Yan did not notice this. However, he could not help but reveal a suspicious expression when the beast stopped moving. In the end, after hesitating for a moment, Xiao Yan still frowned. He could feel the terrifying pressure invading his body once again. He suddenly let out a cold snort. The aura of a 5-star half-martial emperor trembled. His body also suddenly relaxed, following which, light flickered under his feet. His body also turned into a ray of light and charged towards the end of the spatial whirlpool. Chapter 145. Terrifying pressure raged in every corner of the spatial whirlpool. However, at this moment, there were waves of sonic booms reverberating like thunder from the deepest part of the spatial whirlpool. An incomparably large golden fist suddenly smashed against the space in front of it. An extremely terrifying force caused a distorted concave fist imprint to appear in the invisible space, proving the strength of this punch. In the next instant, the space where the large fist smashed against became distorted. Finally, it exploded with a deafening sonic boom. A circular, invisible spatial ripple also spread, causing the pressure in this space to suddenly scatter. A soul-stirring dragon roar was suddenly emitted when this pressure was scattered. Soon after, a golden ray of light instantly penetrated the invisible space and appeared 100 miles away. Xiao Yan's large body slowly stabilized. His muscular body easily withstood the terrifying pressure that had once again attacked him. He turned his head and looked at the void lightning beast in the distance. At this moment, the void lightning beast was still standing in the same spot. Its terrifying face looked exceptionally ferocious at this moment. However, Xiao Yan did not know what kind of difficult struggle was going on in this fellow's heart at this moment. The terrifying bloodline pressure caused it to not dare to lift its head in front of Xiao Yan. After all, no matter what, this void lightning beast was merely an illusory figure at this moment. Even so, the pride that came from its actual body did not allow it to submit. The emotions that came from two different directions caused this fellow to struggle even more. Roar! Suddenly, the expression in the eyes of this void lightning beast suddenly became ruthless. Its large head lifted towards the sky and emitted an earth-shaking beast roar. Soon after, its large body suddenly shook. The silver-white light curtain in front of it once again appeared. Soon after, it collided with the light curtain. Xiao Yan had long been paying attention to this beast. At this moment, his heart was incomparably calm when he saw that it was furious. When the light curtain in front of him condensed, Xiao Yan's fist had already smashed into the empty space behind him. However, what was different this time around was that a true wormhole appeared in front of Xiao Yan's eyes at the same time that the pressure was removed. Xiao Yan's expression was slightly startled when he saw this. However, he reacted in the blink of an eye. His body moved and entered the wormhole. However, when Xiao Yan's body entered the wormhole, the void lightning beast's body suddenly appeared behind him. Although Xiao Yan's speed was not slow, he was still struck by this attack. After receiving a heavy blow, Xiao Yan's body instantly disappeared into the spatial whirlpool. At the same time, a spatial ripple appeared at a certain empty space in the outside world. Soon after, the space distorted and shattered with a bang, and a wormhole appeared. Xiao Yan's body shot out from within like a piece of trash. However, after a few thousand feet, Xiao Yan's body suddenly shook. There was a trace of surprise on his face as he steadily stood in the empty space. Xiao Yan frowned as he looked at the slowly disappearing wormhole. His heart was filled with suspicion. The attack from the void lightning beast earlier was originally enough to cause the blood in Xiao Yan's body to churn and his aura to become chaotic. However, when the attack truly struck Xiao Yan's body, Xiao Yan could clearly sense that this fellow had actually held back at the crucial moment. The strength that struck his body was likely not even half of the previous attack. This caused Xiao Yan to be rather surprised. Xiao Yan shook his head. It was still difficult for him to guess the reason behind this. However, the area around him had already turned into a pitch-black empty world because of the spatial vortex. Everything in this place had been devoured by the spatial vortex. A grave feeling involuntarily surged in Xiao Yan's heart when he saw this scene. This area had already been completely surrounded by the spatial vortex. If he was unable to find the exit, it was likely that he would have difficulty escaping death. At this moment, the only solution was to continuously enter the spatial vortex and try his luck to find the final exit. Despite knowing that there was a tiger in the mountain, he still chose to enter it. There was no way out. Xiao Yan had to enter the spatial vortex. This was truly a joke made by the heavens. Although he wanted to recover a little, it was a pity that time waited for no man. If this continued, the pressure within the spatial vortex would likely become increasingly frightening. Additionally, there was the existence of the void lightning beast phantasm. Xiao Yan would truly be in danger. With this thought in mind, Xiao Yan did not dare to take another breather. His body swiftly flashed and charged into another spatial vortex. Qi with a qi sound. Xiao Yan's body once again appeared within the spatial vortex. What entered his eyes was an empty darkness. Any light would be devoured by the darkness in this place, however. Xiao Yan involuntarily knit his brows when he saw all of this. This place was strangely similar to the scene in the spatial swirl earlier. Roar! Suddenly, a thunder-like beast roar suddenly sounded from behind Xiao Yan. At this moment, the expression on Xiao Yan's face changed drastically. This beast roar had originated from the void lightning beast. This place was actually still the same space as before. The moment he heard the beast roar, Xiao Yan had already reflexively turned his body around. Brilliant heavenly flames also swiftly gathered in Xiao Yan's palm. By the time Xiao Yan turned around, they had already gathered into a brilliant heavenly flame ruler. Bang! The ruler was swung. Before Xiao Yan could fully regain his senses, the huge ruler in his hand had already violently collided with the enormous beast behind him. With a loud bang, Xiao Yan's body was instantly pushed back by the frightening collision force. There was no room for him to turn around. On the other hand, the void lightning beast seemed to have suffered a heavy blow. It emitted a painful hiss as its body involuntarily retreated a few hundred steps. This scene was also reflected in Xiao Yan's eyes. Immediately, a bright light flashed deep within his eyes. He looked at the huge heavenly flame ruler in his hand and his eyes rotated slightly. Soon after, he seemed to have thought of something. A thought passed through his mind and the huge heavenly flame ruler instantly scattered. With a wave of his hand, an invisible flame instantly surged out and agglomerated into an invisible heavenly flame armor on the surface of Xiao Yan's body. After doing this, Xiao Yan once again waved his hand. Clusters of invisible heavenly flames scattered like water droplets and filled the entire spatial vortex. The void lightning beast also seemed to have sensed something. It looked around in a somewhat panicked manner. Its enormous body once again shrunk at this moment. Clearly, it was quite afraid of the heavenly flame that Xiao Yan was currently using. The corner of Xiao Yan's mouth was lifted into a smile when he saw this. Clearly, he was quite satisfied with this result. Humph, as expected. An illusionary figure is ultimately an illusionary figure. In the end, it is merely a shadow. Regardless of what you do, it is impossible for you to unleash your full strength in front of my fallen heart flame. Xiao Yan laughed softly. His hand suddenly waved in the empty space in front of him. The fallen heart flame transformed into numerous invisible light rays that agglomerated into an invisible huge ruler like the new branches of an old tree. Wave after wave of frightening flame strength spread apart, causing the surrounding space to become distorted. The huge ruler was suddenly waved. The countless number of invisible, heavenly flames that were scattered all over the place also appeared to have received some kind of order at this moment. They turned into numerous invisible flame beams that gathered on the heavenly flame ruler. The invisible heavenly flame adhered to the ruler's body. The entire world appeared to have merged into an invisible cauldron as it repeatedly distorted. The originally invisible space appeared just like a pool of viscous liquid at this moment. The void lightning beast sensed the heavenly flame swiftly scattering around its body. However, it did not have the time to sigh in relief when it sensed the pressure from Xiao Yan's body. Adding this to the heavenly flame in his hand at this moment, an indescribable frightening threat struck the heart of the void lightning beast like the might of the heavens. Flaming swallowing tsunami. Go! An explosive cry sounded. The invisible heavenly flame ruler, in Xiao Yan's hand, suddenly moved following this explosive cry. An invisible force instantly shot out and violently smashed towards the void lightning beast. Although the might of this attack from Xiao Yan was quite extraordinary, this void lightning beast was still considered a top-tier existence within the magical beast world. Even though it was only an illusory figure, it still possessed its own pride. Moreover, it was actually afraid in front of a mere bandit. How could it accept this? The fury in its heart once again rose. A terrifying aura that looked down on the world also spread apart. Roar! A low and deep beast roar sounded. The enormous body of the void lightning beast suddenly shook. The frightening strength actually caused the spatial swirl to tremble unceasingly. Before the low roar sounded, the body of the void lightning beast had already flashed. It suddenly charged towards Xiao Yan's attack. The enormous body of the void lightning beast appeared just like a small planet at this moment. It carried an overbearing and frightening aura. It was not the least bit afraid of the invisible force. It was just like a wild bull that had gone crazy as it violently charged forward. From the looks of it, it seemed that it would not rest until it shattered Xiao Yan's attack. Bang! A rumbling sound that shook the heavens and the earth was accompanied by an invisible air wave that swiftly swept across the spatial vortex. An extremely powerful force actually caused the spatial vortex to sway at this moment. The entire space became distorted. Finally, a spatial crack that was 1,000 feet wide appeared within the spatial vortex. From the looks of the crack, it actually led to the outside world. From this, one could tell just how frightening the strength that was created from this collision between Xiao Yan and the void lightning beast was. It was a long while later before the continuously swaying space finally slowly stabilized. However, everyone knew that this spatial swirl would likely scatter on its own soon. After all, without the support of spatial strength, this space could already be considered to have completely collapsed. The current situation was merely the surface. However, at this moment Xiao Yan was frowning. He looked at the void lightning beast, whose lightning glow had become a little dim. After which, he looked at his own body. A strange feeling rose from the bottom of his heart. In the end, the previous attack did not exceed Xiao Yan's expectations. This beast had actually held back. Or rather, it did not dare to use its full strength to attack. However, this was not what Xiao Yan was concerned about at this moment. Xiao Yan clearly sensed that when the flaming devouring tsunami collided with the void lightning beast, a powerful force suddenly erupted. Something seemed to have been forcefully blasted out from the void lightning beast's body, spreading across the entire spatial swirl. When Xiao Yan came into contact with that special energy, he could clearly sense a slight numbness being emitted from his body. This caused Xiao Yan to feel extremely comfortable. With regards to this, Xiao Yan was also incomparably clear that this was the result of one's body undergoing tempering. However, Xiao Yan also sensed an even more subtle energy. That energy was invisible, but it was something that Xiao Yan could not describe. The only explanation was that when Xiao Yan sensed that energy, he seemed to have a new understanding of the space in front of him. Within this empty space, there was actually another energy that was difficult for him to detect. That is, it seems, that feeling is spatial strength. It is unexpected that the spatial strength within this little fellow's body is actually so powerful. It is merely an illusory figure, but it is able to agglomerate such pure spatial strength. It is likely that this little fellow's actual body has quite a high status within the Void Lightning Beast tribe. This old me has really misjudged today. Suddenly, Gu Yu's voice was slowly transmitted. From his tone, it was not difficult to hear that even he was in awe of the Void Lightning Beast's actual body. It seemed that the Void Lightning Beast's actual body was indeed extremely frightening. Xiao Yan felt extremely shocked in his heart when he heard Gu Yu's words. He was also a little interested in the Void Lightning Beast's actual body. However, he was suddenly reluctant to part with this spatial swirl. Void Lightning Beasts lived in the empty space. They rarely appeared. Some of the low-rank Void Lightning Beasts were unable to appear in this world. If he missed this opportunity today, it was likely that he would not have another chance in the future. Spatial strength was a great tonic for Xiao Yan to practice the Sky Extinction Step. If he could obtain a sufficient amount of spatial strength, Xiao Yan was confident that he could master the sky extinction step within a month. At that time, it was likely that Xiao Yan would even be able to face an elite Do Di. Of course, the precondition was that he had sufficient spatial strength. Moreover, refining spatial strength was not an easy task. The space of the Yuanwu continent was extremely dense. It was not something that the Do Qi continent could compare with. Hence, even Xiao Yan would find it a little troublesome to extract a trace of spatial strength. Now that he had such an opportunity to absorb pure spatial strength, Xiao Yan would naturally not easily give it up. The corner of Xiao Yan's mouth was lifted into an unknown smile, causing the void lightning beast to involuntarily tremble. Xiao Yan licked his lips with his tongue and laughed softly. A heavenly flame appeared in his hand and a huge heavenly flame ruler was instantly formed. His body moved and he took the initiative to attack. He charged toward the void lightning beast. This time around, Xiao Yan wanted to give it a taste of its own medicine. He wanted to shatter its dog head. From today onwards, you will be given a red packet every 50 times you have collected it. If you exceed 100, you will be given an additional red packet. Hence, please collect it. Chapter 146. Bang! Xiao Yan held an invisible heavenly flame ruler in his hand within the empty space. A frighteningly high temperature continued to spread from the huge ruler, causing the surrounding space to continuously distort. Xiao Yan slowly extended his hand. Soon after, a frightening suction force instantly surged from his palm, causing a wave of cold wind to blow across the empty space. Following the appearance of this cold wind, traces of tiny light spots, which could not be seen with the naked eye, appeared from the entire spatial vortex. Soon after, they were controlled by the suction force on Xiao Yan's palm, and were all absorbed into Xiao Yan's palm. When those tiny light spots were swallowed by Xiao Yan, a wisp of faint silver light instantly flashed deep within Xiao Yan's eyes, and was hidden deep within Xiao Yan's body. Xiao Yan exhaled a long breath of turbid air. His body stood steadily in the empty space. 1,000 feet in front of him, the void lightning beast's body shrunk in a miserable manner, while it emitted a low roar from its mouth. Xiao Yan coldly laughed upon seeing this. Back then, when this fellow had taken the opportunity to completely torture him, he had not seen it show any mercy. At this moment, it had already begun to beg for mercy. These bastards were really people who only ate the weak and feared the strong. Humph! Begging for mercy, huh? We are already in such a situation. If I let you off and your actual body senses it in the future, won't I be releasing a tiger back into the mountains? Do you think that I will do something that will invite trouble for myself? Xiao Yan had already laughed coldly before his voice sounded. The invisible huge ruler was suddenly swung in front of him. The huge force that was created when the huge ruler was swung also caused Xiao Yan's body to move. Xiao Yan borrowed this force to suddenly charge forward, transforming into a light figure that instantly arrived in front of the void lightning beast. The huge ruler in Xiao Yan's hand was rotated with a flip of his hand, and he grabbed the hilt of the ruler. Soon after, a force swiftly gathered in his palm, and the ruler ruthlessly smashed towards the head of the void lightning beast. After swallowing the extremely pure spatial strength, Xiao Yan's control over space had already become even more detailed. Additionally, the man-class agility do skill, Sky Absolute Step, was instantly unleashed, causing his speed to be even more frightening than usual. If one were to compare Xiao Yan's current speed, it was likely that he was even faster than an 8-star half-emperor. The frightening speed coupled with Xiao Yan's even greater strength caused the void lightning beast to involuntarily feel a pressure at this moment. With the suppression of the bloodline and the addition of the heavenly flame, it was indeed too difficult for it to flip the situation around. Moreover, Xiao Yan's physical strength was not much weaker than it. Moreover, it had been repeatedly bombarded by Xiao Yan earlier. At this moment, this void lightning beast was already an arrow at the end of its flight. Its current struggle was merely the struggle of a trapped beast. Bang! With a bang, Xiao Yan's body was forced back by 100 steps. The invisible fire ruler in his hand was once again swung out. When one looked at the void lightning beast again, its body involuntarily flew back by 500 kilometers after receiving a violent attack from Xiao Yan. It only slowly came to a stop after waves of frightening spatial ripples were formed. Although it was not seriously injured, its solid body was a little scattered. Large invisible light spots spread from its body to the entire spatial vortex. However, they were ultimately absorbed into Xiao Yan's body and turned into a part of his body. The void lightning beast had no chance of dodging this ruler glow that Xiao Yan was about to unleash. Today, this void lightning beast would definitely be completely absorbed by Xiao Yan. The originally greatest danger had already turned into a benefit for Xiao Yan. A month's time quietly passed. The prelude to the alchemist's grand meeting in the savage ancient city had already become a thing of the past. Today, the void square appeared to be quite lively. Some of the old demons, who usually did not appear, had finally all arrived today. Today, there were no less than a dozen half-martial emperors present in the void square. The strongest amongst them had even reached the level of an 8-star half-martial emperor. Even a 5-star half-martial emperor was merely ranked in the middle amongst them. From this, one could imagine just how frightening the strength present in the void square today was. If such a peak strength were to join forces, it was likely that they would be considered a truly transcendent faction even in the entire southern region. However, the reason why this group of high-level half-martial emperors had gathered here today was firstly because they had been in seclusion for a long time. Hence, they wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to probe the strength of those old fellows. On the other hand, which was also the most important reason, was that there were high-level alchemists participating in the alchemist grand meeting this time around. According to the latest news that they had obtained, there were not only 2 high-level alchemists participating in the alchemist grand meeting this time around, but 3. In the eyes of these high-level half-martial emperors, the weight that 3 high-level alchemists represented was likely not inferior to the entire alchemist association. 3 people were able to represent a faction. From this, one could easily imagine the true status of a high-level alchemist. Rank 2 alchemists. Even some of the 8-star half-martial emperors present did not dare to be careless in front of them. Even if their strength was inferior to theirs, as long as they had reached the level of a rank 2 alchemist, they were not people that they could easily provoke. On the contrary, if they were able to befriend them, they would absolutely not become enemies with them. The reason for that was because no one knew exactly how many 8-star half-martial emperors were standing behind a rank 2 alchemist to protect them. At this moment, the true rallying power of an alchemist was truly displayed. At this moment, the viewing gallery was already covered by a black mass of human heads. Even the vast sky was surrounded by human figures that were suspended in the air. At this moment, they could not be bothered to change the rules of half-martial emperors or not. Such a scene was really rare to see in their lifetime. Even if someone wanted to kill them at this moment, there might be someone who would insist on waiting until the start of the alchemist grand meeting. Gu Li and Qi Lin were seated side by side in the judges' seats. At this moment, the faces of the 2 of them appeared to be a little worried. They were frowning deeply as their gazes repeatedly swept across the entire empty square. It was as though they were searching for something. After sweeping their surroundings, the originally frowning eyebrows of the 2 of them became even deeper at this moment. They exchanged glances and saw the trace of anxiousness in each other's eyes. Why is that fellow Yen Xiao not here yet? Today is the day that he will compete with Wei Yi and MOD. Don't tell me that he doesn't know. Qi Lin frowned tightly. His gaze swept over Wei Yi and MOD, who were seated in the distance, before softly transmitting his voice to Gu Li. Gu Li also shook his head in an indiscernible manner. His eyes exchanged glances with Qi Lin as he sighed and transmitted his voice back. That shouldn't be the case. I personally went to his residence to take a look last night. He was not there. From the looks of it, it is not as though he is unaware. Moreover, I discovered yesterday that there was a small pool of blood at Xiao Yan's door. Gu Li's words had yet to fade when Qi Lin, who was by the side, had already widened his eyes until they were the size of a copper bell. His pair of sharp eyes contained a furious expression that continuously flowed within them. If that pool of blood was Xiao Yan's, did it not mean that during this 1 month, Xiao Yan had already... Qi Lin's heart was instantly filled with a soaring fury when he thought of this. His pair of eyes, which were about to spit fire, also turned towards MOD's location. However, he coincidentally saw the cold smile that was lifted from the corner of Mod's mouth. The fury in his heart instantly erupted. Qilin was also about to attack. In front of such a scum, it was really difficult for Qilin to scrupulously abide by his status as the vice president of the Alchemist Association. His aura suddenly surged as he prepared to attack. Gu Li, who was by the side, blocked in front of Qilin and hinted with his eyes that Qilin should not act rashly. After all, these two were high-tier alchemists. They would definitely have many connections under them. Although the two of them were not afraid, the two of them would only be at a disadvantage if they acted rashly without any evidence. In addition, there was a group of half-martial emperors at the side. Among them, there were 8-star half-martial emperors who would not sit idly by. Once they attacked, it would be difficult for the two of them to clean up the mess. A ruthless expression flashed across Qilin's face when he sensed the meaning in Gu Li's eyes. However, in the end, it turned into a cold snort. He turned around and sat on his stone chair without saying anything else. At this moment, Mod and Wei Yi had also completely captured this scene in their eyes. They were naturally aware of the reason behind this. Xiao Yan had disappeared for a month, and they were certain that Xiao Yan had already been destroyed by the combined efforts of Fang Sun and Wang Qi. Currently, the two of them were already standing on the same side. With Xiao Yan's death, the number 1 position in the Alchemist Association naturally went without saying. However, Gu Li's heart was completely unaware of all this. At this moment, his heart was filled with hope. If anything were to really happen to Xiao Yan, at the very least, they still had Wei Yi, this final trump card. Haha! President Gu Li, look, we have been sitting here for an entire morning. May I know when the competition between high-tier alchemists will begin? Suddenly, an aged yet imposing voice slowly reverberated across the entire empty square like a thunderbolt. When Gu Li heard this, the expression on his face involuntarily became increasingly ugly. This old thing, with your shrewdness, how could you not know what had happened on my side? Even at this moment, you still asked such a question despite knowing the answer. Are you trying to embarrass my Alchemist Association? When the voice rang out, the people in the empty square became somewhat restless. Waves of discussions quickly spread, causing the expression on Gu Li's face to become increasingly ugly. As the main characters of the competition, Missouri D and Wei Yi looked at Gu Li with a cold smile. Mod gave Wei Yi a look. Wei Yi understood at a glance and nodded slightly. Subsequently, he stood up with a smile on his face. He looked at Gu Li and laughed strangely. Mr. President, look, even old who has spoken. Why don't we start this grand meeting first? According to the rules, isn't it already time? There are quite a number of people from large factions present. We can't possibly leave them here to dry. After all, this is a competition between the three of us. Wouldn't it be easier for us to start it earlier? When his voice sounded, Gu Li's expression had already turned gloomy. Only at this moment did the various half-emperor experts in the square notice that there were actually only 2 of the 3 main characters present in the competition. Such a situation could not help but cause a wave of suspicion. Immediately, a 7-star half-emperor expert could not help but stand up. He opened his mouth and asked Gu Li, President Gu Li, I remember that there should be a competition between 3 high-tier alchemists today. Currently, only Grandmaster Mo and Grandmaster Wei are present. The other person should be the newly promoted rank 2 alchemist, Yan Xiao, right? When this person's voice sounded, everyone's gazes in the square immediately landed on Gu Li. The reason why the Grand Alchemist competition had not started today was already self-evident. Haha, Brother Yang is right. There is indeed another Yan Xiao. However, he has yet to arrive. This old man believes that we should wait a little longer. Wait for him to arrive. Then, humph, President, you have wholeheartedly waited for that brat to arrive. Could it be that you are so worried about me? With my alchemist level, I might not necessarily lose to Mod if I go all out. Yet, from the looks of it, you have placed all your hopes on that Yan Xiao. You have caused me, the chief alchemist, to lose all my face. This Gu Li's pair of sharp eyes instantly looked towards Wei Yi. Even Wei Yi was unable to endure the aura that seemed to want to devour a person. As a 1-star half-emperor, He was unable to endure even a strand of Gu Li's aura in front of him. One could imagine just how powerful an 8-star half-emperor was. However, Wei Yi was at the very least a high-tier alchemist. His spiritual strength exceeded that of an ordinary person. Although he was unable to fight head-on with Gu Li, Wei Yi believed that he was still able to block it. Haha! President Gu Li, why do you need to vent your anger on your own people? If that Yan Shao does not come, so be it. Just directly declare him to admit defeat. He is merely a member of the younger generation. Even if his spiritual strength is lucky enough to catch up, alchemy skills do not only depend on one's spiritual strength. This point is something that you, as the president of the Alchemist Association, should be incomparably clear about. An old man wearing linen robes appeared out of nowhere 1,000 feet in front of Gu Li after his voice sounded. A frightening aura that was not inferior to Gu Li's also spread out, canceling out Gu Li's aura. The frightening aura that Wei Yi was facing also slowly scattered. Old demon who? Are you trying to protect him? The old man who was addressed as Old Demon who merely smiled when he heard this. He was non-committal. Wei Yi's eyes also swept around him with a guilty conscience. With his ability, it was still somewhat impossible for him to invite this old fellow to help him. This old demon who was an old person that MOD had managed to invite with great difficulty after paying a great price. With him present, even Gu Li did not dare to act recklessly. Haha! The old me thinks that President Gu Li should not be in a hurry to be entangled with this problem. The most important thing now is the Alchemist Grand Meeting. Since Yan Shao does not dare to appear, President Gu Li should make an announcement. Gu Li's expression was cold. He narrowed his old eyes and looked at Old Demon who as he opened his mouth and spoke in an indifferent manner. Announce? Announce what? Haha, it is naturally the matter of Yan Shao fleeing. However, from the looks of it, President Gu Li does not seem to be willing. Since that is the case, the old me shall announce it on your behalf. Before his voice sounded, Old Demon whose body had already flashed and appeared in the middle of the empty square without waiting for Gu Li to act. Both of his feet stood in the empty air. At the same time, a light and airy voice was slowly emitted. Due to the fact that fellow Yan Shao has already left the savage ancient city for over a month, the old me went back to the old place to discuss with the head of the Alchemist Association. Since this Yan Shao was once a nominal elder of the Alchemist Association, it is inconvenient for President Gu Li to appear. Hence, the old me shall announce that in this high-rank alchemist competition of the Alchemist Grand Meeting, Yan Shao, ha 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 ha, thank you for your concern, President Gu Li. There are indeed some matters that I need to settle, which is why I am late. However, elimination is not certain. Chapter 147. At the edge of the sky, an almost invisible shadow flashed by. Soon after, a figure instantly appeared on the empty square. After circling the square once, it finally stopped in front of Gu Li. A delicate and handsome face, a black robe, a body full of dense flame energy, and a frightening spiritual strength that caused the space around him to fluctuate. Who else could this person be other than Xiao Yan? Xiao Yan's appearance caused quite a commotion in the entire empty square. It seemed like old monster whose words were not the truth. When Gu Li saw Xiao Yan in front of him, a look of disbelief appeared on his aged face. Qi Lin, who was beside him, also suddenly stood up the moment Xiao Yan appeared. Given Gu Li's strength, the changes in Xiao Yan's body caused even him to be extremely shocked. He could clearly feel that within a month, Xiao Yan's physical strength had actually made a qualitative leap. Under Gu Li's observation, Xiao Yan, who looked no different from a weak scholar on the surface, was likely not weaker than Wei Yi in terms of physical strength. In fact, if Xiao Yan unleashed his full strength, even Wei Yi would find it difficult to match up against him. However, what caused Gu Li to be most surprised was Xiao Yan's frightening speed. Although he had heard of Xiao Yan's frightening speed a month ago, it was only today that he saw Xiao Yan's true speed. Moreover, the speed that Xiao Yan had just displayed was even more frightening than what the crowd had described. With such speed, even Gu Li would have to treat it seriously. Just based on this point, Xiao Yan's speed was so fast that it could cause one to be speechless. Haha! Chairman Gu Li, it seems that you missed me greatly after not seeing me for a month. Since you called me back from afar, I did not dare to delay and hurriedly rushed back. Xiao Yan's words were naturally casual. However, Gu Li's eyebrows twitched. Immediately, he reacted and replied with a smile. He naturally wished for Xiao Yan to help him get off the stage. Everyone in the viewing gallery understood that the reason why Gu Li had delayed for so long was likely to be because he was waiting for Yan Xiao to return. Looking at the aura that Yan Xiao was emitting from his body, he did not waste this 1 month. Compared to the relaxed feeling in Gu Li's heart, Mod and Wei Yi's expressions instantly became gloomy. Moreover, there was even more seriousness. No matter how they thought about it, it was impossible for Feng Sun and Wang Qi, who had been famous for a long time, to be defeated by a mere 3-star bandit like Xiao Yan. Or perhaps, could it be that those two old things had reached some kind of agreement with Yan Xiao? Mod and Wei Yi involuntarily looked at each other when they thought until this point. However, they saw the grave expression on the other party's face. This Yan Xiao was even more difficult to deal with than they had imagined in their hearts. As for Old Demon who, his heart was also incomparably solemn. The speed that Xiao Yan had displayed earlier was likely not inferior to him. However, the most important thing was that Xiao Yan's strength was only that of a 3-star half-martial emperor. Xiao Yan's timely return also allowed a large stone to fall from Gu Li's heart. The most important alchemist grand meeting could finally continue. After chatting for a while with Xiao Yan, Gu Li's body turned and flew in front of Old Demon Hu. With his back facing the latter, Gu Li did not care about the gloomy expression on Old Demon Hu's face behind him. Gu Li's gaze swept across everyone in the entire empty square. Immediately, his hand pressed down on the empty space in front of him, causing everyone in the square to become quiet, after which, Gu Li slowly opened his mouth and laughed. "Haha, everyone, that was merely a small interlude earlier. There is no need for everyone to take it to heart. The most important thing is that my Alchemist Association's honorary elder, Yan Xiao, has already returned. Therefore, the old me announces that the Alchemist Grand Meeting will continue." Clamor. After Gu Li's words sounded, the entire empty square instantly sounded with enthusiastic applause. However, this sound was extremely ear-piercing in the ears of Mod and Wei. That old demon whose elderly face appeared incomparably gloomy. His pair of sinister old eyes were like an eagle's as they stared intently at Gu Li in front of him. There was an indescribable viciousness deep within his eyes. Gu Li also seemed to have sensed this. However, he merely used the corner of his eyes to gently glance at Old Demon Hu behind him. With his strength, even Old Demon Hu was also an 8-star half-martial emperor, would definitely not dare to act rashly. After all, this was the territory of his Alchemist Association. Additionally, Gu Li also had Qi Lin, a helper who was not any weaker than him. Hence, these two people could be said to be invincible existences within this savage ancient city. If Old Demon Hu really dared to attack, it was likely that the one who would suffer in the end would be him. As an old fellow who had lived for such a long time, he was not the slightest bit foolish. Gu Li's opening speech had ended. Everything in this arena should finally be handed over to Xiao Yan and the other two. Gu Li and Xiao Yan exchanged glances and smiled, after which, they swept a glance at Wei Yi, who was standing in the distance. Their bodies moved and they returned to the judges' seats. Old Demon Hu coldly snorted. He waved his large sleeve and his body flashed. Soon after, he also disappeared from the middle of the empty square. At the same time, the invisible space above the empty square began to distort. Soon after, it condensed into a stone platform out of thin air. It appeared as though it was embedded in the air and did not move at all. Xiao Yan also knew that this was not some kind of test. At their level, an ordinary test would not be able to reveal anything. If one wished to witness the strength of a high-tier alchemist, one would only be able to discover the slightest detail through alchemy. The 3 stone platforms formed a triangle and were scattered in 3 different directions of the empty square. Xiao Yan and the other two did not hesitate. Mod and Wei Yi's bodies moved and each of them rushed onto a stone platform. Xiao Yan also changed his footwork. An extremely dim silver light flashed under Xiao Yan's feet. At the same time, Xiao Yan's body also instantly appeared on the remaining stone platform. At the spot where Xiao Yan had disappeared, Xiao Yan's illusory figure actually slowly lifted his head at this moment. His eyes slowly met with Xiao Yan's eyes. Soon after, the illusory figure smiled and suddenly disappeared. The strangeness of this scene caused everyone in the entire viewing gallery to be shocked. It was just an illusory figure, yet it was actually able to move. This was the first time in their lives that they had seen such power. Xiao Yan was too lazy to explain. However, at this moment, Xiao Yan's heart was somewhat excited. Currently, he was able to rely on the profoundness of the 9 transformations body art to make his illusory figure move. If he continued to practice in the future, he would be able to exist for a longer period of time and his body would become even more solid. Then, wouldn't he have an additional countless number of avatars? This would be a great help in a battle. It was likely that very few people could reach such a level. With this thought in mind, Xiao Yan's heart involuntarily felt somewhat excited. However, the most important thing now was still the alchemist's grand meeting. After waiting for nearly 2 months, he could finally fight with a high-rank alchemist. Although Xiao Yan had a grudge against the 2 of them in his heart, he was currently more interested in their alchemy skills. As for the debt between the 2 of them, it would not be too late to settle it in the future. Xiao Yan's previous technique had caused MOD to be extremely surprised. However, he did not have the luxury to think about it now. With a wave of his large sleeve, a black flame instantly swept out from the vortex within his body. It transformed into a dragon snake with a towering aura that continuously writhed in the space in front of MOD. Wave after wave of terrifying aura also spread from his body, causing the expressions of some of the half-emperors present to involuntarily change. Soon after, MOD's hand rotated across the space, and a black dragon snake instantly appeared. It opened its large mouth, and a dense black fog was spat out. Subsequently, the fog continued to transform around its body. Finally, it transformed into a black snake cauldron that looked somewhat terrifying. Although Wei Yi's green-gold flame was inferior to MOD's, it still possessed an extraordinary might. The enormous green-gold beast's body suddenly shook, and an overbearing flame strength instantly spread, forming an invisible medicinal cauldron around its body. Soon after, the green-gold beast opened its large mouth, and a fire pillar that reached the sky was spat out from its mouth. Soon after, it collided with the invisible medicinal cauldron. It swiftly wrapped around the cauldron like paint, and another medicinal cauldron with a vast and mighty aura was swiftly formed at this moment. It was Xiao Yan's turn next. After seeing Xiao Yan's heavenly flame, everyone had an even deeper impression of Xiao Yan's flame. Now that Xiao Yan and Wei Yi had already lit up their cauldrons, it was likely that the fire cauldron that Xiao Yan was going to form with his heavenly flame would be extraordinary as well. However, while everyone was anticipating in their hearts, Xiao Yan frowned slightly and hesitated a little in his heart. Forming a cauldron with a heavenly flame was something that Xiao Yan could do in the blink of an eye. It was not a big deal, however. The key was that he was going to refine a true D-tier medicinal pill today. Although Xiao Yan was fortunate enough to see this kind of medicinal pill before, he had merely seen it. Forget about understanding its medicinal properties. Xiao Yan had never even come into contact with the basic pill formula. Now that it was his first time refining a D-tier medicinal pill, Xiao Yan could not help but feel a little nervous in his heart. He did not wish to lose to these 2 fellows in his first attempt at refining a D-tier medicinal pill. Xiao Yan hesitated for a moment in his heart. Everyone in the viewing gallery also began to look at each other in confusion. Even Gu Li had exchanged glances with Qi Lin by the side at this moment. However, both of them frowned and did not say anything. Just what was Xiao Yan planning to do? It was difficult for them to guess. Finally, after a long while, Xiao Yan finally made a decision in his heart. A domineering glint flashed across his eyes, and Xiao Yan's figure, which was standing on the stone platform, appeared out of thin air. Soon after, his finger touched the storage ring on his finger. With a thought, a medicinal cauldron, which was as strong as Mount Tai, appeared in front of everyone's eyes. In the next instant, on the judges' seats, the expressions on Gu Li and Qi Lin's faces instantly froze. Mod and Wei Yi were also in a similar state. Chapter 148. The large medicinal cauldron, which was as strong as Mount Tai, smashed down like a meteorite falling from the sky. The stone platform, which was originally stable in the air, involuntarily trembled intensely at this moment. Threads of crack lines swiftly spread out like a spider web. This stone platform appeared to be on the verge of shattering. It was as though it would completely shatter with just a little more force. The original luster of the green-gold medicinal cauldron appeared a little dim at this moment under the influence of the domineering blade aura. However, it was still unable to hide its domineering aura. Its powerful aura was as thick as the deep sea. It unknowingly caused one to feel a sense of steadiness. The domineering aura of this enormous cauldron attracted the attention of everyone present. The originally awe-inspiring fire medicinal cauldron of Mod and Wei Yi was now just like an ordinary small incense burner. No one was interested in it. When the medicinal cauldron appeared in front of Xiao Yan, Gu Li, Qi Lin, Mod and Wei Yi, the other 4 high-tier alchemists present besides Xiao Yan, revealed expressions of great disbelief on their faces at this moment. When they looked at the medicinal cauldron in front of Xiao Yan, it was as though they had seen a prehistoric giant beast. This medicinal cauldron. This is... On the judges' seats, Qi Lin and Gu Li abruptly stood up from their seats the moment they saw the medicinal cauldron. An enormous aura and pressure caused the stone chairs under them to instantly turn into a pile of dust. At this moment, Qi Lin's turbid old eyes were staring intently at the medicinal cauldron in front of Xiao Yan. Due to the shock in his heart, he was unable to speak clearly when he spoke. The words that had already reached his throat were like a duck that had its neck grabbed. It was stuck in his throat and was unable to be spat out. This cauldron, if I am not mistaken, should be the Luo Tian cauldron on the heavenly cauldron ranking. In the end, it was still the chairman, Gu Li, who appeared to be more steady. Although his heart was also endlessly shaken by the medicinal cauldron in front of Xiao Yan, Gu Li still forcefully suppressed it. His slightly trembling hand also gradually stabilized. At this moment, Gu Li's composure as a president was finally displayed. On the other side, Mod and Wei Yi also looked at each other. At this moment, the two of them were even more shaken. The stronger Xiao Yan was, the greater the threat he posed to the two of them. In addition to the matter with Fang Sun and Wang Qi, the conflict between them and Xiao Yan had already reached a point where one of them had to die. Now that they saw the Luo Tian divine cauldron in front of Xiao Yan, Mod and Wei Yi's hearts became even more solemn. The Luo Tian divine cauldron was a terrifying existence that ranked second on the heavenly cauldron list. Only those from great clans would be able to guard such an existence. Any faction that could guard such a divine cauldron was one of the top factions in the entire continent. At this moment, Xiao Yan was actually able to take out such a divine cauldron. In addition to Xiao Yan's endless terrifying strength, it was hard not to think too much about it. At this moment, the thought of retreating finally rose in Wei Yi's heart. If Yan Xiao was really a direct descendant of some great clan, they would really be seeking their own deaths. Mod also frowned tightly in response to this. The seriousness in his heart was not any less than Wei Yi's. The various things that Xiao Yan had displayed were already in line with the core disciples of some great factions. If that was really the case, it was likely that they would not be able to survive. Of course, Mod was also a vicious and merciless person. Since they could not afford to offend the great faction behind Xiao Yan, Yan Xiao was currently all alone. Although they could not touch him in this savage ancient city, there would definitely be a time when he would leave. At that time, moreover, Fang Sun and Wang Qi had not seen each other for a month. If they were really killed by Xiao Yan using some kind of method, the factions behind the two of them would not simply let the matter rest. This point was something that Mod was hoping for. On the day that the lightning pool was about to open, the factions that Fang Sun and Wang Qi belonged to would definitely send people over. At that time, as long as Mod told them about the matter of Fang Sun and Wang Qi and added some more information, Yan Xiao would naturally be dealt with by even stronger people. Moreover, Wu Mahui's teacher was no ordinary person. If his own disciple had died in Xiao Yan's hands, it was likely that there would be a lot of trouble for Xiao Yan. Mod involuntarily let out a cold laugh in his heart when he thought of this. The gaze that he used to look at Xiao Yan had also become a little denser. When he touched the Luo Tian cauldron, greed rose in his heart. Yen Shao, this time around, not only will I obtain your heavenly flame, the old me will also not let this Luo Tian cauldron go. The change in the expressions of the four people in the square also caused everyone present to involuntarily frown. They looked at each other, before looking at the medicinal cauldron in front of Xiao Yan. All of them appeared extremely confused. Even old demon who was frowning slightly at this moment. Clearly, he was also a little unfamiliar with the medicinal cauldron in front of Xiao Yan. He looked at MOD, but the latter's eyes flashed slightly and did not inform him. This also caused the suspicion on old demon whose face to become even denser. However, he did not say anything in the end. All he did was secretly remember the medicinal cauldron in front of Xiao Yan in his heart. It was a long while later when Gu Li did his best to calm the emotions in his heart. His lean body stood straight as his gaze slowly swept across the entire square. His gaze swept across the square and he said, "Haha! All right. Since the three of you have already taken out your medicinal cauldrons, the old me shall not say any more courteous words. Due to the fact that the three of you are all high-tier alchemists with extraordinary strength, my alchemist association does not dare to be careless. Hence, I have taken out 3 god-tier pill formulas that my alchemist association has kept for a long time. Of course, for the sake of fairness, these 3 pill formulas are all of the same tier. The content of the competition will be to see the medicinal effect of the final medicinal pill. As everyone knows, the medicinal pills in this world are divided into complete pill, spirit pill, extreme pill, and divine pill. The content of the competition between the 3 of you today will be this. The one with the highest tier medicinal pill will become the final victor of this grand competition. The medicinal pill and pill formula that he refined will also belong to him. The moment these words were uttered, not only did everyone in the viewing gallery, but even Xiao Yan, MOD, and Wei Yi instantly felt an incomparable desire. Being able to see and god-tier pill formula was a pleasant surprise for most alchemists. Even some of the high-tier alchemists who had been famous for a long time might not even have a few god-tier pill formulas in their hands. Even MOD and Wei Yi did not have more than 3 god-tier pill formulas in their hands. From this, one could tell just how shocking the allure of an god-tier pill formula was. For Xiao Yan, who had never had an god-tier pill formula, Gu Li's words were an irresistible temptation. He would definitely not let go of this god-tier pill formula. Gu Li casually glanced at the determined expression on Xiao Yan's face and involuntarily smiled in his heart. The reason why he did this was so that Xiao Yan would be able to give it his all. At that time, his Alchemist Guild's chances of victory would once again soar. Additionally, with Wei Yi around, their Alchemist Guild would have a 90% chance of winning this competition. The corners of Gu Li's mouth lifted into a faint smile. With a wave of his sleeve, the 3 pill formulas were swept up by a force and flew towards the middle of the arena. In response, the Xiao Yan trio did not hesitate. The 3 of them had already shot out and charged towards the 3 pill formulas when the 3 pill formulas flew out. For the sake of fairness in the competition, this old man has already placed a restriction on these 3 pill formulas. The 3 high-tier alchemists can only pick one of them. I believe that the 3 of you understand this point. Xiao Yan and the other 2 completely ignored Gu Li's words. Gu Li could only curl her mouth and quietly curse in her heart. She did not say anything more as she turned around and returned to the judges' seats. Without Gu Li's control, the 3 pill formulas fell from the sky like meteors. Upon seeing this, the Xiao Yan trio's bodies suddenly flashed and appeared in front of the 3 pill formulas. Wei Yi took the lead. Using his peripheral vision, he glanced at Xiao Yan, who was closely chasing after him. His body shook and he instantly appeared in front of one of the pill formulas. His large hand reached forward and grabbed it. Behind him, Xiao Yan was not to be outdone. Light flashed under his feet and the sky extinction step was instantly used. His body seemed to have broken free of the restraints of space and instantly appeared beside Wei Yi. With a wave of his arm, an invisible force instantly shot out. Under Wei Yi's furious gaze, the pill formulas that were about to be obtained by Wei Yi were sent flying into the sky. His figure instantly appeared in front of the other pill formula. Taking advantage of the time when Wei Yi had yet to arrive, he grabbed it. Tiske tisk tiske tiske. Wei Yi may not be able to do so, but this old man is still here. This old man will take this pill formula first. The speed at which Xiao Yan charged forward became even more ferocious as he looked at the pill formula that he was about to obtain. Even though this was the case, MOD's figure was still a step faster than him. He held the scroll in his hand. A furious expression involuntarily flashed across Xiao Yan's face when he saw this. However, he clearly understood just what kind of situation he was in. He did not attack MOD. Instead, his body instantly flashed as he charged toward another pill formula scroll. Humph! You will also not be able to enjoy this scroll. Before Xiao Yan arrived, Wei Yi's body had already arrived in front of the pill formula in an instant. With a wave of his large sleeve, he intended to keep the pill formula in his bag and make Xiao Yan suffer once again. With just you, MOD can barely compete with me. What right do you have? At this moment, a fury involuntarily surged within Xiao Yan's heart. With a cold snort, his charging body instantly disappeared from the spot. At the same time, Xiao Yan suddenly appeared beside Wei Yi. A fist violently smashed furiously toward Wei Yi's face. Wei Yi's expression suddenly changed drastically upon seeing this. He did not have the time to keep the pill formula in his hand into his storage ring. Both of his arms were instantly lifted. The dou qi within his body surged out like floodwater, transforming into a dou qi light shield in front of him that completely protected his head. A cold smile flashed across Xiao Yan's face when he saw this. A thought passed through his mind and the dragon phoenix bloodline within his body instantly erupted. The force on his fist once again soared at this moment. His fist violently smashed onto the dou qi light shield. Crack! A clear sound appeared. The dou qi light shield that covered Wei Yi's entire head was blasted apart after enduring for less than 10 breaths. The enormous fist's strength did not diminish as it violently smashed onto Wei Yi's arm. Bang! With a bang, Wei Yi's body instantly shot backwards. He had been blasted out of the area of the empty square by Xiao Yan's punch. Humph! You overestimate yourself. Xiao Yan coldly snorted after Wei Yi was sent flying. He kept the pill formula in his hand. After which, he glanced with disdain at the stunned MOD in the distance. His body flashed and he returned to his stone platform. Xiao Yan ignored the shocked gazes of the entire place. He forcefully calmed himself and suppressed the excitement in his heart. His expression appeared quite calm as he took out the pill formula. Both of his hands moved together and slowly opened it. But in the end, what came into view were only 7 large words written in a bold and vigorous style. D-tier medicinal pill. Emperor Calamity pill. Please comment. Please collect. Please recommend. Chapter 149. Emperor tier medicinal pill. Emperor Calamity pill. Xiao Yan's expression was slightly startled as he looked at the 7 bold words on the scroll in his hand. His mind seemed to be under some kind of control and he was unable to shift away from it for a long time. It was indeed worthy of being an Emperor tier medicinal pill formula. This kind of might caused even Xiao Yan, who was a half-Emperor expert, to be involuntarily intimidated. It was really difficult to imagine just how frightening a true Emperor tier medicinal pill would be. It was a long while later when Xiao Yan's entire body suddenly shook. A flame light flashed deep within his eyes at the same time. Xiao Yan also withdrew from his absent-mindedness. His gaze was even more shocked when he looked at the scroll in his hand. Is this the might of an Emperor tier medicinal pill formula? It is really frightening. If a level 9 alchemist were to open it, it is likely that his soul would be forcefully pulled out by this medicinal pill formula. Xiao Yan could not help but sigh in his heart when he sensed the frightening might of this Emperor tier medicinal pill formula. At the same time, MOD on the other side also slowly opened the scroll in his hand. Soon after, a bright light flashed across his eyes. Clearly, the medicinal pill formula in his hand was quite extraordinary to him. Swoosh! A sharp sound of rushing wind instantly sounded in the empty space. The frightening speed caused the space to rapidly compress. Waves of ear-piercing sonic booms were emitted. Its might was shocking. Looking at the dou qi that soared to the sky, one could be certain that this person's heart was filled with an incomparable fury at this moment. While everyone in the viewing gallery was looking at the blurry human figure with some uncertainty, there were also quite a number of sharp-eyed people who recognized him at this moment. Isn't this Elder Wei Yi? From the looks of it, he wants to go all out against Yen Xiao. Looks like it will be very difficult for today's Alchemist Grand meeting to continue. When these words were spoken, everyone in the viewing gallery instantly reacted. Although they were unable to recognize this blurry figure, they knew that this figure was charging towards Xiao Yan when they saw the direction in which he was charging. Hey, this old man Wei Yi is really courting death. Yen Xiao has forced back a 6-star half-martial emperor. His strength is extraordinary. How can he be compared to him? Yen Xiao's words from before are really true. He overestimates himself. Seeing Wei Yi's furious figure, many mocking words were emitted from the viewing gallery, causing everyone to involuntarily laugh coldly. Humph, forcing back a 6-star half-martial emperor was merely under the premise that he had used that Do skill. The current Yen Xiao does not have the time to use it. Have you all forgotten that Yen Xiao himself is already a 3-star half-martial emperor? Why would he need to use an extremely powerful Do skill to deal with a mere 1-star half-martial emperor? In an instant, the viewing gallery, which had originally become silent because of Xiao Yan, once again became lively at this moment. However, Xiao Yan and Wei Yi, who were the focal point of the discussion, completely ignored them. The former was naturally too lazy to prove anything. Those things were merely worldly things. Vanity did not have the slightest attraction to Xiao Yan. As for Wei Yi, fury rose within his heart at this moment. With his strength, the words from those people's mouths were naturally heard by him. However, the more he heard, the more furious he became. This was because most of these words were filled with disdain and ridicule toward him. In this way, the fury in Wei Yi's heart became even more uncontrollable. At this moment, the only thought in his heart was to knock down Xiao Yan. The gap in strength between him and Xiao Yan had been thrown beyond the 9 heavens by him. Suddenly, Wei Yi's body, which was charging explosively toward Xiao Yan, suddenly shook. His forward-charging speed once again soared. The frightening speed caused the strong wind around him to become as sharp as an extreme weapon. Thunder like sonic booms repeatedly sounded. The frightening aura of a half-martial emperor instantly wreaked havoc over the entire empty square, causing the expressions of quite a number of people present to change drastically at this moment. If Gu Li had not acted in an instant and protected the entire square, it was likely that at least half of these people would have been directly crushed to death by this aura. Ha! Yen Xiao, prepare to die. Wei Yi's mouth suddenly emitted a wild and furious beast-like roar. Before his voice sounded, Wei Yi's entire body had already appeared in front of Xiao Yan. The Do Qi that shot to the sky was just like a sharp blade that tore through empty space. It instantly agglomerated and transformed into an enormous blade that covered the sky. The blade slashed down toward Xiao Yan's head. Before the blade landed, the empty square below had already been replaced by a large crack line. At this moment, the entire empty square had been forcefully cut into 2 by this sharp blade. Looking from the ground, this vast empty square that covered a part of the sky had already been split into 2 at this moment. A straight crack passed through the entire square. A glaring light also passed through the defenses of the square at this moment and scattered onto the ground. Even though this was the case, the stone platform under Xiao Yan's feet that was on the verge of shattering was not the slightest bit affected by this frightening blade. Even a speck of dust did not move the slightest bit. Wei Yi's eyes involuntarily shrunk when he saw this scene. His heart was incomparably shocked. However, the strength of that wild and violent attack that was above his head was not the slightest bit reduced. Instead, the Do Qi in his body was like a river that had entered the sea as it wildly poured out and poured into the enormous blade in his hand. At this moment, Wei Yi finally became a little more clear-headed. Xiao Yan's strength did not merely rely on his Do technique. Instead, it was his actual strength. There was no need to doubt Xiao Yan's strength. However, at this moment, the arrow had already been knocked and it was too late for him to withdraw. He could only go all out and stake everything on this one throw. He used all his strength to fight against Xiao Yan. Taking advantage of the fact that Xiao Yan had yet to attack him, he would take down Xiao Yan in one fell swoop. Perhaps this was the only way for him to have a chance of victory. With the pouring of this dou qi, a dazzling golden light was suddenly emitted from Ling Tian's enormous blade. Even the sunlight that illuminated the sky was covered by the light at this moment. The crowd on the viewing platform were unable to even open their eyes. Only those half-martial emperors dared to look directly at the scene before them. However, their eyes were filled with a dense solemnness. This attack of Wei Yi's was likely something that even some two-star ban emperors would not dare to underestimate. Yet, at this moment, Xiao Yan still had a calm and relaxed manner. If he were to be struck by this blade of Wei Yi's, it was likely that he would be seriously injured at the very least. In an instant, the distance between Xiao Yan and Wei Yi was reduced to a mere 10 feet. At this moment, the enormous blade above Wei Yi's head had already arrived above Xiao Yan's head. An extremely frightening aura was like an ancient giant beast as it ferociously smashed towards Xiao Yan's head. The sharp wind caused Xiao Yan to feel a little suffocated. His eyebrows were also slightly knitted together because of this. This feeling of approaching death was not a good one, however. It must be said that only this kind of feeling would truly stimulate him and cause his heart to completely burn. Ha! Yan Xiao, prepare to die. Ha 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 ha. Remember, this day next year will be your death anniversary. Don't regret your carelessness today. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself for provoking someone you should not have. Die. Even when death was at hand, Xiao Yan still had a calm and indifferent appearance. It was as though the enormous blade above his head had nothing to do with him. However, within his eyes, there were strands of magnificent flames that were unceasingly condensing. At this moment, Wei Yi, who was on the verge of madness, did not detect the slight change within Xiao Yan's eyes. The only thing he knew in his heart was that Xiao Yan was already too late to do anything. When his blade descended, it would be the time when Xiao Yan, a 3-star half-emperor, would fall. From now on, his name, Wei Yi, would be known by even more people. Because today, he had used the strength of a 1-star half-emperor to forcefully kill a 3-star half-emperor. Such a battle achievement was sufficient to cause some large powers to take a fancy to him. This little alchemist association would no longer be a reason to restrict him. At the same time, on the viewing platform, Gu Li and Qi Lin had already made sufficient preparations. They were prepared to intervene and stop Wei Yi at any moment. Qi Lin had already wanted to intervene long ago. However, he and Gu Li also believed in Xiao Yan's strength. They believed that Xiao Yan would definitely not be careless. Even if Wei Yi went all out, Xiao Yan would still be prepared. However, from the looks of Xiao Yan's current appearance, it was likely that he was truly a little careless. Of course, as the organizer of this alchemist grand meeting, Gu Li should have intervened long ago to stop the current situation. However, he could clearly sense that within the empty space, that old demon who was still guarding against him. If he were to intervene, it was likely that the old demon who would also block him. At that time, it would be quite troublesome. While everyone was hesitating, the enormous blade in Wei Yi's hand had already arrived in front of Xiao Yan. It was merely a few inches away from Xiao Yan's head. At this moment, if Xiao Yan still did not intervene, the next moment would be when Xiao Yan would fall. In the next moment, attack! Attack! Gu Li and Qi Lin roared out sternly at practically the same time. Their bodies instantly flashed and the space in front of them exploded with a bang. The two of them had already appeared 1,000 feet in front of Xiao Yan. As long as the two of them were willing, they could completely block Wei Yi before the enormous blade in his hand landed. Haha! The two of you are really looking down on this old man. Before the two of them could arrive in front of Xiao Yan, old demon whose figure suddenly appeared in front of Gu Li and Qi Lin like a ghost, blocking the two of them. Humph! Old demon who, although your strength is not weaker than mine, don't forget that my alchemist association has 2 8-star half-emperors. You can block me, but you can't block Qi Lin. Gu Li's voice had yet to fade when Qi Lin's body moved. He completely ignored old demon who in front of him as his body flashed explosively and charged towards Xiao Yan. TSK, 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 TSK. It's not up to you to say whether I can block him or not. Won't you know once you try? TSK, 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 TSK. Old demon who chuckled when he heard Gu Li's words. His body flashed and he instantly appeared in front of Qi Lin. His shriveled hand was like an iron wall that forcefully blocked the charging Qi Lin. Gu Li also quickly chased after Old Demon who when he disappeared. When Old Demon who blocked Qi Lin, Gu Li's palm struck out and violently collided with Old Demon whose palm. In the next moment, the expression on Gu Li's face instantly changed. His old face was also filled with shock. Old Demon who had a strange smile on his face as he looked at Gu Li. His palm suddenly exerted force and forced Gu Li back 3 steps. On the other side, in Qi Lin's eyes, the enormous blade that was about to reach Xiao Yan's head was already too late to block it. Even if he unleashed his full strength, it was already completely too late. Wei Yi, quickly stop for this old man. If you don't stop, this old man will cripple you today. In his exasperation, Qi Lin's old face could not help but turn red from anger. The teeth in his mouth were clenched so hard that they creaked. A pair of crimson-red eyes stared intently at Wei Yi as he furiously roared. When Wei Yi heard this, his eyes became even more ruthless. He revealed an extremely ferocious and bloody smile at Qi Lin. The enormous blade in his hand suddenly swung down. In the next instant, Gu Li and Old Demon who coldly faced each other in the sky. Qi Lin's face was filled with shock. The shock in his heart actually caused him to be unable to spit out a single word. On the viewing platform, in the VIP seats, Elder Shen's slightly tense body also slowly relaxed at this moment. He slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air that had been suppressed in his chest. Within his pair of turbid old eyes, there was also an unconcealable shock that could not be hidden. Yan Xiao is really a monster, he helplessly sighed in his heart. Such a powerful junior. Even this young master of his family was likely inferior to him. At this moment, the group of half-martial emperors were even more shocked than Qi Lin and the rest. The gazes with which they looked at Xiao Yan were, as though they were looking at a monster. Xiao Yan's right arm had already transformed into a golden dragon arm in the empty space. The King Kong glass body and the Dragon Phoenix ancient armor could be said to have reached the pinnacle of perfection in Xiao Yan's hands. He could freely control them. A thought passed through his mind and he would be able to use them as he pleased. At this moment, Xiao Yan's dragon arm was tightly controlling the enormous blade above his head. To be precise, Xiao Yan had only used 2 dragon fingers. The shocking blade that could cut through everything in the world was casually stopped by Xiao Yan's 2 fingers. After experiencing the lightning baptism of the void lightning beast, Xiao Yan's physical body had once again soared within this short month. With just his physical body, the diamond glass body and the Dragon Phoenix ancient armor, Wei Yi's strength was no longer a threat to him. The current Wei Yi was no different from an ant in Xiao Yan's eyes. At this moment, Wei Yi seemed to have been splashed with a bucket of ice water. He instantly sobered up. However, he never expected that Xiao Yan's strength was actually this strong. The Do skill that he was so proud of was actually not even comparable to 2 of Xiao Yan's fingers in front of him. I have already said that MOD was barely able to fight with me because his strength was similar to mine on the surface. However, based on what? Based on that old man? Humph! You are really ignorant. Since you are so stubborn, I don't mind getting rid of a scourge for the Alchemist Association. Therefore, before Xiao Yan's voice sounded, Wei Yi's expression had already suddenly turned pale. He forcefully endured the fear in his heart and roared at Xiao Yan. Don't worry, Yan Xiao. What do you want to do? I am the chief alchemist of the Alchemist Association. You cannot kill me. If you kill me, it is equivalent to becoming an enemy of the Alchemist Association. At that time, after saying so much, you still do not want me to kill you. If you are afraid of death, then you are afraid of death. Why do you have so many reasons? You are really noisy. His voice had just sounded when the expression in Xiao Yan's eyes suddenly became stern. The force on his 2 dragon fingers instantly gathered. Immediately, a clear cracking sound was emitted. Ling Tian's enormous blade also suddenly shattered, turning into numerous fragments that scattered and disappeared into the empty space. The next moment, without waiting for Wei Yi to say anything, 2 fire beams that had shrunk to their limits shot out from Xiao Yan's eyes. The words that Wei Yi was about to say were also sealed forever. The firelight flashed and Wei Yi's body slowly fell. His body was just like an afterimage as it slowly disappeared. Only an extremely strong person knew that he did not disappear. Instead, he was completely incinerated by the heavenly flame. His body was merely a shell of nothingness. It is a little long. There are some things that old demon Hu, Gu Li, and Qi Lin have not explained earlier. I will explain it later. It is fine as long as you are clear. I hope you like it. Chapter 150. In the distant sky, the void plaza that had covered the sky like black clouds had already been replaced by a wide crack. It was as if the clouds had been pushed aside to reveal the sun. However, everyone knew exactly what kind of frightening power was contained within that crack. At this very moment, Gu Li and Old Freak who were standing opposite each other on the void plaza. Their eyes were filled with denseness. Gu Li's turbid old eyes were tightly staring at Old Freak who before him. His eyes were almost closed as he sized up Old Freak who. Within the depths of his eyes was a grave expression that could not be removed. No matter what, he had never imagined that Old Freak who, whose strength was slightly inferior to him a month ago, would actually become even stronger than him after a month. In terms of strength alone, Old Freak who had already surpassed him by an entire level. TSK, Old Freak Gu Li, how is it? Can the current me still stop the two of you? When Old Freak who saw the bewildered expression on Gu Li's face, a cold smile appeared on his withered dark yellow old face. His withered, firewood-like hand played with the void in front of him as a faint aura quietly spread out. This caused the expressions of the dozens of half-martial emperors present to change greatly at this moment. From their senses, although Old Freak whose strength was still that of an 8-star half-martial emperor, his current aura was even more powerful than an ordinary 8-star half-martial emperor. Even when compared to Gu Li, he was much stronger. If the two of them were to fight, it was likely that Gu Li would not be able to defeat him. Of course, even though this was the case, there was still Qi Lin, an expert of the same level beside Gu Li. Thus, Old Freak who would not dare to rashly attack. After all, the strength of an 8-star half-martial emperor was not something that could be easily measured. Even though his current strength was stronger than the two of them, in front of two 8-star half-martial emperors, even he had no choice but to retreat. Humph, I truly did not expect that you would be able to forcefully break through to the advanced 8-star half-martial emperor in a month's time. However, even if you forcefully break through now, it will likely be impossible for you to break through again in the future. A cold smile surfaced in Gu Li's eyes when he sensed the aura from Old Freak whose body. The expression in his eyes became even more sinister as he sneered. After reaching the half-emperor level, the world's understanding of strength had become even more precise. After all, a half-emperor expert was far too powerful. Even the entire world had difficulty suppressing them. The more this was the case, the more difficult it would be for a half-martial emperor to increase his strength. If an ordinary half-martial emperor wanted to increase his strength by 1 star, it was likely that he would need to enter seclusion for 100 years. Even after coming out of seclusion for 100 years, the strength of one's body might not increase by much. This was not a lie. There were many examples of people who were unable to make a breakthrough after going into seclusion for 100 years. As such, one could imagine just how difficult it was to raise the strength of a half-emperor expert. Therefore, the necessary division of strength was quietly spread across the entire continent. Above the half-martial emperor realm, every small realm was divided into early stage, middle stage, late stage, and peak stage. This division allowed the people of the world to have a new understanding of their own strength. At the same time, their desire for strength was ignited once again. For divisions of strength. It was as if experts of the same cultivation level were forcibly divided into 3 different groups. Even though they were both 8-star half-martial emperors, Gu Li, a mid-8-star half-martial emperor, was still unable to contend against a late 8-star half-martial emperor. From this, one could understand why Gu Li felt such a grave expression in his heart after sensing Old Freak whose aura. To be able to make a mid-8-star half-martial emperor feel grave, Old Freak whose strength was likely at the very least and late 8-star half-martial emperor. Old Freak who merely smiled non-committally at Gu Li's sneer. A mocking expression flashed past his eyes. Forcibly breaking through, this was something that he had never mentioned before. The reason why he was willing to fight for Wei Yi today was because his strength had increased in the past month. With the powerful impact of the 3 Emperor-level medicinal pellets, his strength had finally increased once again. In the end, he had broken through to the late 8-star half-martial Emperor level. Although his strength was still not stable in a short period of time, it was more than enough to block Guli, an old freak who… Haha, Guli, this old man believes that you should stop worrying about this old man. Heh! I'm afraid that your Alchemist Guild's new high-rank alchemist has already been killed by Wei Yi's all-out attack. Haha, a bunch of arrogant hotheads. They thought that they could act without restraint just because they had some strength. They truly did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Today's ending could be considered a wake-up call for their next life. Just as Guli was staring at Old Freak who with an ice-cold expression, Old Freak who laughed out loud. He gently stroked his beard with one hand as he looked at Guli with a smile on his face. It was as if he was waiting to see Guli's angry expression. Hearing these words, Guli's expression changed once again. He had only paid attention to Old Freak who in front of him and had forgotten about Xiaoyan's matter. At this moment, when he turned around, the expression on his face immediately turned into one of anxiety. His gaze instantly turned and looked in the direction of Xiaoyan. The first thing that entered his eyes was Qi Lin's figure, which was blankly standing in the air. Seeing this, Guli's heart was extremely shocked. If something happened to Xiaoyan and Wei Yi used all of his strength, wouldn't his Alchemist Guild have suffered a double loss today? Not only did he lose the Alchemist Guild that he had carefully managed for a long time, he had also lost a genius alchemist with even more prospects for development. After this matter, Guli would likely tear Wei Yi's body into 10,000 pieces and grind his bones into dust in order to vent the hatred in his heart. In the next instant, as Guli's scarlet eyes looked over, the figure of a man, who was not very sturdy, was slowly reflected in Guli's eyes. He was wearing a black robe, had a tall and straight figure, and a delicate and handsome face. He was indifferent as he stood there. Within his eyes, there was indifference and disdain. If that person was not Xiaoyan, who else could it be? Seeing this scene, Guli's eyes appeared to be blurry due to his old age. The scarlet color in his eyes swiftly receded like the tide. He gently shook his head and then looked over again. In the next instant, Guli's eyes suddenly widened. His eyes were filled with disbelief. In his heart, he felt incomparably shocked because of the scene in front of his eyes. After Old Freak who saw Guli's shocked expression, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. With his understanding of Guli, the current expression on Guli's face caused him to feel a bit suspicious. When Old Freak who turned around to look, in merely an instant Old Freak who, a late-stage 8-star half-martial emperor expert, had the same expression as the other half-martial emperors on the viewing platform. His expression immediately became marvelous. Guli saw that Xiaoyan was completely fearless in the face of the enormous blade that towered over the sky. He had merely extended 2 fingers and firmly clamped down on the frightening enormous blade. This might was really shocking. A 1-star half-martial emperor's all-out attack was actually so easily dealt with by Xiaoyan. If this news were to spread, it was likely that it would cause quite a big commotion in the southwest region of the continent. Although a 1-star half-martial emperor couldn't be considered as an absolute expert in the southwest region, he was still a supreme expert that truly stood at the top of the pyramid. However, a 1-star half-martial emperor was actually unable to withstand a single blow from Xiaoyan, a 3-star half-martial emperor. Even though Xiaoyan was a 3-star bandit and was stronger than Wei Yi in terms of strength, it was likely that even some 2-star bandit would have difficulty blocking this blade of Wei Yi's. Yet, this blade, which was filled with a mighty aura, had been broken by Xiaoyan using 2 fingers. This kind of technique could be considered shocking. In the sky, Xiaoyan's dragon arm slowly disappeared. An arm that was as white and smooth as a baby's skin slowly appeared under the sunlight. His arm was casually placed behind his back and his pair of clear eyes slowly closed. It was as if he was searching for something. At the same time, an invisible energy also repaired Xiaoyan's disappearing sleeve at the same time that Xiaoyan's arm was placed behind his back. Suddenly, a cool breeze blew towards him, causing Xiaoyan's robes to involuntarily flutter in the wind, making a rustling sound. Although all of this appeared to be invisible, it caused the people present to involuntarily feel a surge of hot blood from Xiao Yan's action. They couldn't help but cry out in their hearts, "Domineering." When a man was in this world, one could suppress the universe with one hand and shake the heavens with one's strength. If one was able to accomplish any one of these, one's journey would not have been in vain. If one was able to pass through it, one's future achievements would definitely not be low. However, today Xiao Yan had reversed the universe technique. What seemed like a certain death situation was actually a regrettable one. Wei Yi's death today would definitely have a great effect on Xiao Yan. After all, no matter what, before Xiao Yan truly took action, Wei Yi had once again allowed him to sense a trace of the life and death door's aura. Most cultivators would only be able to display their true strength at this kind of moment, stimulating the terrifying potential hidden within their bodies. At the same time, it would also allow their overall strength to advance a step further, allowing them to reverse life and death and find a way to survive. Although that aura was extremely faint and even Xiao Yan was nearly unable to capture it. Fortunately, even though it didn't have any great effect, Xiao Yan still felt a trace of palpitation in the depths of his heart. This was already enough for Xiao Yan, as he recalled the strange feeling that had already passed in the depths of his heart. Xiao Yan's heart was unusually calm. It was so much so that everything in the outside world had been forgotten. His entire person seemed to exist in another world. After quite a while, Xiao Yan's lightly shut eyes finally slowly opened. A pair of even brighter eyes slowly swept around the surroundings, as if it was the first time he had come here. This, Xiao Yan frowned slightly. However, in the blink of an eye he woke up. Everything in his memories instantly returned to his mind. In the end, Xiao Yan's gaze also slowly landed on the shocked Gu Li's body. Cough cough. I've written a little too much again. My old face is red. Quickly enter the alchemy segment. Please add it. Chapter 151. Xiao Yan's eyes revealed an indifferent expression as he looked at Gu Li, who was still in an emotional state. A nearly invisible heavenly flame thread suddenly shot out from his calm eyes and instantly flashed in front of Gu Li's eyes. As for Gu Li, when the thin line flashed by, his entire spirit was instantly shaken. It was as if he had heard the roar of thunder, and he suddenly woke up from his stupor. Yan Xiao, just now you... The strength that Xiao Yan had displayed earlier caused Gu Li to become somewhat inarticulate when he spoke. Although he wanted to express himself in his heart, his words were ultimately stuck in his throat. Xiao Yan smiled faintly when he saw this. He naturally understood what Gu Li wanted to express. However, the strength that he had displayed earlier had already surpassed Gu Li's understanding of a 3-star half-martial emperor. If Xiao Yan were to become an 8-star half-martial emperor in the future, it was likely that even with Gu Li's strength, it would be difficult for him to suppress that kind of strength. He might even be suppressed instead. He was merely a 3-star half-martial emperor, yet he possessed a Do skill that was able to forcefully cross levels to fight against a 6-star half-martial emperor. Such strength could already be said to be heaven-defying. However, currently Xiao Yan, who was already powerful, not only possessed an extremely powerful high-class Do skill, even his physical body was actually this strong. With 2 fingers, he had finished off a 1-star half-martial emperor's all-out attack. Such an achievement was truly frightening. 2 fingers already possessed a strength that was even stronger than a 1-star half-martial emperor. However, if all 10 fingers were to open, just how powerful would that strength be? It was likely that with the current strength of Xiao Yan's physical body, he would be able to kill an advanced 2-star half-martial emperor. Today, Wei Yi's death would definitely become Xiao Yan's stepping stone. It was likely that within a couple of days, the name Yan Xiao would spread throughout the entire southwestern region. On the empty square, Gu Li's voice caused everyone in the square to instantly wake up. There was no need to say anything about those half-martial emperors. Other than shock, there was only shock in their hearts. As for the countless number of spectators in the viewing gallery, they had seen everything that had happened after Wei Yi's golden blade was clamped by Xiao Yan's 2 fingers. At this moment, they had recovered and immediately caused the viewing gallery to become chaotic. Xiao Yan was too lazy to bother about those people in the viewing gallery. As for those half-martial emperors, they did not have the time to bother about them. At this moment, All of their attention was placed on the only focal point in the square, Xiao Yan. Haha. I'm sorry, Association Head Gu Li. I accidentally killed the chief alchemist of your alchemist association. However, from the way I see it, this can be considered as removing a hidden danger for the alchemist association. After all, Wei Yi's actions today are against the rules of the alchemist association. Xiao Yan chose to ignore the gazes that shot over from all directions. The corners of his mouth carried a smile as he looked at Gu Li. From the corner of his eyes, he would occasionally sweep his gaze towards Old Demon who was beside Gu Li. At the same time, Xiao Yan inadvertently saw Old Demon whose gaze actually sweep past Emodi's body. Immediately, Xiao Yan understood a little in his heart. This Old Demon who was likely not someone who had been invited by Wei Yi. As this thought flashed across Xiao Yan's heart, a smile once again surfaced on the corners of his mouth. His body flashed and he arrived in front of Gu Li. This frightening speed caused Old Demon who to involuntarily reveal a shocked expression on his face. However, it quickly turned into a cold snort. His eyes looked at Xiao Yan with an indescribable expression as his skinny body gradually became illusory. Finally, under Gu Li's probing, he completely left. Xiao Yan also quietly stood in the air, waiting for Old Demon who to leave. As an 8-star half-martial emperor, Old Demon who naturally knew that he did not have the ability to hide his aura in front of Gu Li, whose strength was similar to his. There was no point in playing those little tricks. Yan Xiao, is that move of yours all right? After Old Demon who left, Gu Li involuntarily opened his mouth to ask Xiao Yan in a concerned manner. Xiao Yan also smiled faintly when he heard this. He extended his right hand and clenched it in the air. In an instant, threads of visible natural energy swiftly agglomerated in the air. They transformed into an extremely pure cream-white energy droplet in Xiao Yan's hand. The strength contained within it was sufficient to allow a high-class Doushang to break through to the next level. Gu Li also understood in his heart when he saw this. However, the gaze he used to look at Xiao Yan was filled with disbelief. Xiao Yan could only gently shrug his shoulders in the face of this. He did not say anything else. Now that Wei Yi was dead, Gu Li would naturally not say anything else. Even though he was the chief alchemist of the Alchemist Association, his actions had already touched the bottom line of the Alchemist Association. After all, Xiao Yan was also a member of their Alchemist Association in name. Hence, even if Xiao Yan did not kill him, Gu Li and Qi Lin would definitely not let him off. Wei Yi's death had always been a great worry in Gu Li and Qi Lin's hearts. Now that Wei Yi had dug his own grave, they were naturally happy to do so. Why would they blame Xiao Yan? Gu Li smiled at Xiao Yan. His body flashed and instantly appeared in the middle of the empty square. A thought passed through his heart and an invisible pressure instantly swept over the entire empty square. The viewing gallery, which was like a wet market a moment ago, suddenly became plain when the pressure spread. At this moment, Old Devil who had already left the square. Gu Li was naturally the strongest person and the strong could always be the ruler. Everyone, the former chief alchemist of our Alchemist Association, had a grudge against our association and intended to betray us. He even wanted to kill a nominal elder of our Alchemist Association. Our Alchemist Association will definitely pursue such a treacherous person to the end. Now that this traitor has already been killed by our Alchemist Association's elder Yan Xiao, I, Gu Li, represent the Alchemist Association to announce that the new chief alchemist will be Elder Yan Xiao. When Gu Li's words were spoken, not only were the countless people in the viewing gallery shocked, even Xiao Yan himself was quite shocked by these words. He had actually been appointed as the chief alchemist in such a muddle-headed manner. Gu Li completely ignored the change in Xiao Yan's expression. Instead, he paused for a moment before opening his mouth to speak. From this moment onwards, Elder Yan Xiao will have the same authority as me, Gu Li, and Deputy Association Head Qi Lin in our Alchemist Association. The three of us are on equal footing. Everyone present, if there is anyone who dislikes Elder Yan Xiao, you can come to our Alchemist Association. Our Alchemist Association will naturally have someone to properly entertain you. Towards the end, the threat in Gu Li's words gradually became denser. This caused the expressions of quite a number of half-emperors present to change. The trace of curiosity in their hearts was also swiftly extinguished. When Mod heard Gu Li's words, the gloominess on his face became even denser. In his heart, he also knew that the alchemist's grand meeting today could no longer proceed as planned. He could only wait until tomorrow. After viciously glaring at Xiao Yan and Gu Li, Mod kept the pill formula in his hand. He swung his sleeve, snorted coldly, and left. This chapter is a little excessive. Therefore, I will create a new chapter. 2 updates today. Chapter 152. In a large hall of the Alchemist Guild, all of the upper echelons of the Alchemist Guild were gathered here. As the new chief alchemist, Xiao Yan was naturally indispensable. As the few of them sat down, Xiao Yan's youthful appearance caused everyone's gazes to involuntarily turn towards Xiao Yan. Of course, more of it was because of Xiao Yan's strength and his current status. The chief alchemist of the Alchemist Guild. Such a status was not inferior to even Gu Li and Qi Lin. In addition, with the support of the two of them, Xiao Yan's status in the Alchemist Guild was unshakable. After everyone sat down, Gu Li, who was on the main seat, turned his gaze towards Xiao Yan with a smile. He took a sip of the tea in his hand and said with a smile, "Old brother Yan Xiao, I really don't know what you've been doing in the past month. The aura on your body is actually so dense. I'm afraid that it's not the slightest bit inferior to an ordinary 6-star half-emperor." When Gu Li's words spread out, the faces of the various elders present also revealed a shocked expression. Such an outstanding junior caused them, as seniors, to feel a little ashamed in their hearts. At such a young age, not only had he managed to hone his attainments in the field of medicine refinement to such a level, his strength was also extremely powerful. His abilities were so great that even a 6-star half-martial emperor would have no choice but to lower his back and lower his head in apology before him. With all this, how could these old fellows not feel helpless? The various elders looked at each other and saw the helpless expression in each other's eyes. With the arrival of the Great Era, this central world was already the world of the younger generation. It was indeed time for them, the experts of the older generation, to step down and give up their positions to the younger generation. No matter if it was the half-saint brat from the Li family, Xiao Yan, or the even more mysterious pavilion master of the Union Pavilion, the three of them were the true outstanding talents of the southwest region of the continent. They were the true dragons amongst men. Currently, their futures were limitless. In the future, they might even become heroes of an area. This world might even be under their control, choosing a side before the Great Era. Perhaps this was also an opportunity for these old fellows to witness. If they were able to establish a good relationship with them, as long as they had the opportunity to rise, their younger generation members would also be able to receive their protection. In this Great Era, they could be considered to have a place for themselves. After hearing Gu Li's words, Xiao Yan smiled in a non-committal manner. He did not speak in detail. Seeing this, Gu Li felt that it was not appropriate for him to ask more. Instead, he slowly stood up from his seat and smiled towards Xiao Yan. "Little brother Yan Xiao, the current you is the chief alchemist of our Alchemist Association. You have an extraordinary status. As the president of the association, I sincerely hope that Elder Yan Xiao will be able to win glory for our Alchemist Association." Xiao Yan laughed when he heard these words. Since Gu Li had the intention to help him avoid some unnecessary trouble, he would naturally be more than happy to do so. Currently, all of his thoughts were placed on the matter of refining medicine. He was too lazy to bother about those fellows outside. It would be best if there was one less thing that he could do to avoid trouble. With this thought in mind, Xiao Yan immediately nodded and smiled. He also stood up and smiled towards Gu Li. "Don't worry, guild leader. Since I have become the chief alchemist, I will naturally not lower the reputation of my guild. I will definitely do my best in tomorrow's competition." After Xiao Yan said these words, Gu Li also smiled and exchanged glances with Qi Lin. The various elders below the stage also looked at Xiao Yan with smiles on their faces. Their expressions were filled with sighs. Just as Gu Li was about to open his mouth again, a thunderous laughter suddenly sounded from outside the hall, causing the expressions of everyone present to involuntarily change. Their originally smiling faces were replaced by a grave expression at this moment. With their half-martial emperor strength, it was naturally not difficult for them to see that the person's strength had reached the late 7-star half-martial emperor level. Compared to Fang Sun and Wang Qi, who were killed by Xiao Yan, this person was even stronger. Xiao Yan also revealed a puzzled expression as he looked towards the direction of the loud laughter. Could it be that there was truly someone who did not know the meaning of death and wanted to rush into the Alchemist Guild to find him? While everyone was feeling serious because of this, Gu Li and Qi Lin slowly walked to the front of the crowd. They quietly stood there and waited for the arrival of that person. Ha 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 ha. What's wrong? It has only been a couple dozen years since we last met. Old Gu's strength has already reached the middle 8-star half-martial emperor level. Haha, not bad. Before the person arrived, a bold, thunderous laughter was once again transmitted over, causing this enormous alchemist association to tremble unceasingly. After Gu Li heard those words, he directly rolled his eyes. Compared to the person who had just arrived, his little bit of progress was likely not even a tenth of the other parties. Haha, old Joe, you finally returned. Merely, I never would have expected your strength to reach such a level in only a couple dozen years. TSK, you're truly a frightening fellow. It seems that you'll soon be able to become an 8-star half-martial emperor, right? That thunderous voice had yet to scatter when Qi Lin followed that person's words and once again emitted a bold laughter. It seemed that Gu Li and Qi Lin were quite familiar with the person who had come. Otherwise, they would not be so casual. However, the meaning behind Qi Lin's words caused Xiao Yan to feel endlessly puzzled. An 8-star half-martial emperor was actually pointing at a 7-star half-martial emperor and saying that his cultivation speed was frightening. This was a bit strange. From his investigation, he could tell that this person's strength was indeed that of a late 7-star half-martial emperor. In that case, how could his cultivation speed be described as frightening? While Xiao Yan was feeling puzzled, a nearly 2-meter-tall bald old man who wore a black gown and had a robust body appeared in the hall. He emitted an unparalleled and overbearing aura from head to toe. Once the old man entered the hall, Xiao Yan immediately felt an invisible oppressive might violently assaulting him and the others. When the various elders present sensed that oppressive might, their bodies involuntarily took a step back. Only then did they manage to forcibly resist that oppressive might. As for Xiao Yan, although that oppressive might was very strong, when it approached his body, Xiao Yan clearly felt that there was an invisible spatial energy on the surface of his body that devoured a portion of that oppressive might. As for the remaining portion of the oppressive might, it was as if it was nothing before Xiao Yan's frightening physical body. When Gu Li and Qi Lin saw this scene, the two of them involuntarily glanced at each other again. However, they both saw the astonishment in each other's eyes. Others might not know, but how could the two of them not know that this invisible oppressive might was the innate domineering aura of this bald old man? Wherever it went, it would be as if Mount Tai was pressing down on one's head, causing one to be unable to resist it. Unless it was someone with outstanding strength like the two of them, who could use their own strength to completely negate the oppressive might, even experts of the same level as them would have their strength greatly reduced before this bald old man. If it was an ordinary 3-star half-martial emperor, he would likely be even more unbearable than those elders. However, when they saw Xiao Yan's current appearance as if nothing had happened, even the bald old man couldn't help but feel astonished. As if he had seen the confusion on the bald old man's face, Gu Li chuckled. He looked to Xiao Yan and introduced him to the bald old man. This person is. You are Yan Xiao? Just as Gu Li's words left his mouth, the bald old man was a step ahead of him. He directly looked towards Xiao Yan and opened his mouth to ask. Xiao Yan also looked towards the bald old man when he heard this. When their eyes met, Xiao Yan's mind involuntarily shook. The feeling of a Genesis venerate swiftly spread from the depths of his mind. In an instant, Xiao Yan returned to his senses and hurriedly shifted his eyes away. With a solemn expression, he opened his mouth and replied, "That's right. I am Yan Xiao, the chief alchemist of the Alchemist Association. May I know who you are?" When he heard Xiao Yan's somewhat unhappy tone, the bald old man laughed out loud. Soon after, his expression turned serious. He ignored Gu Li, who was frowning and looking at him, and took a large step forward. He walked towards the chair opposite Xiao Yan and sat down. Soon after, he grabbed the jade teapot on the table and fiercely drank a mouthful of tea. Only then did he smile towards Xiao Yan and said, "You're asking who this old man is? Ha 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 ha, your current position is the position that this old man sat on 100 years ago. Do you understand what this old man is saying?" After his voice sounded, the bald old man suddenly looked towards Xiao Yan. An invisible light beam suddenly shot out from his overbearing eyes. It was accompanied by a frightening might that could penetrate everything. It instantly tore through space and shot towards Xiao Yan. When he sensed the frightening power contained within the invisible light beam, the expression on Xiao Yan's face instantly changed. If it was any other time, even if this old man was a 7-star half-emperor, Xiao Yan would still be able to face him head-on. However, at this moment, this attack from the bald old man caused Xiao Yan to feel the most dangerous aura he had ever felt. This attack was clearly formed from extremely pure spiritual strength that was extremely compressed and condensed, before finally erupting. The power contained within it was something that even Xiao Yan's current spiritual strength was unable to contend against. This was also enough to show just how great its strength was. However, at this moment, the thing that caused Xiao Yan's heart to be most shocked was that this bald old man's alchemist tier had likely already reached the 3rd rank, a rank 3 alchemist. This kind of status was likely something that even some genuine elite Do-D would fall head over heels for. An alchemist of this level had already surpassed the category of an elite half-D. An elite half-D was like an empty shell in his eyes. This did not mean that a rank 3 alchemist was very strong. Instead, it was because any rank 3 alchemist would definitely not simply be an alchemist behind them. That was a genuine elite Do-D. Chapter 153. Swoosh. While Xiao Yan was feeling shocked by the bald old man's strength, the terrifying invisible light beam had already arrived in front of Xiao Yan in an instant. In the next moment, it would penetrate through the space between Xiao Yan's eyebrows. On the other hand, Xiao Yan's body appeared to be forcefully controlled by an invisible large hand. He was unable to move even a little. All he could do was to watch the invisible light beam attack him. Damn it, this fellow actually used his spiritual strength to forcefully control me. A rank 3 alchemist is really frightening. Ha! Condense for me. As this thought flashed across his mind, Xiao Yan suddenly emitted an earth-shaking roar. Within the depths of his mind between his eyebrows, a vast and endless terrifying spiritual strength poured out like a surging river at this moment. Immediately, it swiftly condensed in front of Xiao Yan. Before the invisible light beam arrived, it completely transformed into a solid spiritual shield that firmly protected Xiao Yan within it. When the bald old man saw this scene, an indescribable smile was lifted on his fierce-looking old face. A sharp glint instantly flashed across his deep old eyes. At the same time, the spiritual strength that was controlling Xiao Yan's body suddenly scattered at this moment. The invisible light beam that was rushing towards Xiao Yan suddenly soared at this moment. An even more terrifying aura also spread out from it. Bang! A slight bang sound was quietly emitted. Xiao Yan's expression involuntarily became slightly pale. His steady body also involuntarily took half a step back. Immediately, the spiritual shield that blocked in front of Xiao Yan emitted a slight cracking sound and shattered with a bang. The strength of a rank 3 alchemist was obvious. Hee, brat, you have guts to forcefully receive this attack from this old man. Your character is not bad and you are decisive enough. Unfortunately, your strength is too weak. After Xiao Yan was defeated in one move, the bald old man gently shook his head. Clearly, he was not satisfied with Xiao Yan's strength. However, these words sounded extremely ironic in Xiao Yan's ears. You are an old fellow who has lived for an unknown number of years. It is fine if you bully a member of the younger generation, but you actually look down on him. How could Xiao Yan accept this? Elder is indeed extremely powerful. With this level of spiritual strength, I'm afraid that Elder has already stepped into rank 3 alchemist. Xiao Yan softly snorted in his heart. Looking at the bald old man, his eyes narrowed as he softly laughed. This bald old man had clearly expected Xiao Yan's words. He smiled in a non-committal manner and did not say anything. Instead, he turned his gaze towards Gu Li and laughed. "Old ghost Gu, it looks like you have never mentioned this old man to this brat. Then you should explain to him that this old man is really bullying him in the alchemy Dao." The moment these words of the bald old man were uttered, not only Xiao Yan, but all the elders in the hall also revealed a trace of doubt on their faces. They turned their gazes to Gu Li by the side in unison. Gu Li helplessly sighed when he saw this. He looked at the bald old man and then looked at Xiao Yan. However, for some unknown reason, he laughed out loud. Immediately, his expression turned serious as he opened his mouth and said, "This is the chief alchemist of our alchemist association 100 years ago, Elder Zhou Tai." After his words sounded out, Gu Li shut his mouth and did not say anything. Instead, he turned his gaze towards the row of elders. As a new member of the younger generation, it was natural that Xiao Yan did not know about him. However, at this moment, the various elders in the hall were extremely familiar with this name. Although they had not personally met Zhou Tai because they were new members of the Elder Council, they were still clearly aware of this legend called Zhou Tai. Zhou Tai was merely an ordinary alchemist 100 years ago. His strength was merely a dosheng. Of course, if one really wanted to talk about it, it was only because he was too lazy to train. As for his alchemy skills, although he was from the younger generation, Zhou Tai's achievements in alchemy at that time were not inferior to those who had studied alchemy for a long time. He was not even 100 years old, but his alchemy skills had already reached the 9th tier. He possessed an overwhelming advantage among the younger generation. His frightening talent had even attracted the attention of the upper echelons of the Pill Tower. From this, one could tell just how frightening Zhou Tai's talent was. Unfortunately, Zhou Tai, who had always yearned for the centralized world, did not train after his strength had reached the level of a 1-star bandit. His alchemy skills were also stuck at the level of a Tier 9 high-grade alchemist, unable to break through even after a long time. However, all of this was because he was too lazy to train. This reason caused quite a number of people to feel extremely helpless at that time. At that time, Gu Li and Qi Lin's strength had already reached the level of a 5-star bandit. This was also a part of the reason why Gu Li was able to become the current chief of the Pill Tower Association. However, this world did not remain the same. Life and death were determined by fate. Riches and honor were determined by the heavens. In this world, all of these existed in name only. The frightening talent of Zhou Tai would inevitably cause danger to the people behind him. The people closest to him had been harmed by his enemies because of this. From then on, Zhou Tai seemed to have become a completely different person overnight. His frightening training talent finally began to reveal itself. In merely a couple of years, his strength had soared and reached the level of a 6-star bandit. At that time, Gu Li and Qi Lin had only just broken through, of course. Together with his strength, his alchemy skills had also reached the point of perfection. In a couple of years, he had broken through to the level of a high-grade alchemist. Moreover, in the following couple of years, he had rapidly risen to the level of a rank 2 alchemist with an unimaginably frightening speed. At this time, there was no need for him to personally do anything. His enemies had already been massacred 100 years ago. Zhou Tai had resigned from his position as the chief alchemist of the Alchemist Guild and left the Alchemist Guild a month later. News had already spread from some of the surrounding large cities. At that time, Zhou Tai had already become a rank 3 alchemist. Such frightening training speed had actually only taken him a couple of decades. Ever since he had left, there had not been any news about him from the southwestern region. It was likely that he had merely gone on a scenic tour in the past 100 years. Bullying Xiao Yan. There was no way he could say such words. After saying those words, Zhou Tai coldly glanced at Xiao Yan. The corners of his mouth lifted into a faint smile, but he did not say anything else. Since that is the case, why don't we compare our strength? No matter how one put it, Xiao Yan had really come to blows with this person who had defied the heavens in the past today. Zhou Tai had his frightening training speed, but Xiao Yan had also relied on life and death battles to obtain his current strength. If Zhou Tai rejected him with a cold laugh, wouldn't that be looking down on him a little too much? Xiao Yan's words had just sounded when he ignored Zhou Tai's somewhat surprised gaze. He clenched his hand in the air and a frightening suction force spread out from his palm, causing a wave of cold wind to blow in the hall for no reason. Oh? Are you planning to use that Do technique of yours that allows you to fight across classes? However, how many chances do you think you will have to use it in front of me? That Do technique of yours requires quite a long time to be used. Zhou Tai merely laughed softly in the face of Xiao Yan's action. His body flashed and appeared in front of Xiao Yan in an instant. His hand pushed forward and slammed down on Xiao Yan's hand. Bang! The expression on Zhou Tai's face instantly solidified with a bang. The expression in his eyes was somewhat startled as he looked at Xiao Yan, who was slowly disappearing in front of him. A shocked expression repeatedly flashed deep within his eyes. Xiao Yan, who appeared to be alive and moving in front of him, was actually just an afterimage. In the next instant, the space behind Zhou Tai instantly became distorted. A wormhole that could barely accommodate one person appeared behind Zhou Tai. At the same time, Xiao Yan's body also appeared behind Zhou Tai. A white hand also gently pressed against Zhou Tai's back. Bang! A loud bang sounded and Zhou Tai's body was sent flying by Xiao Yan's palm. The tea table in front of him was instantly shattered into pieces. At this moment, everyone in the great hall instantly fell silent. It was a little rushed. It should not have been so simple. I hope you can understand. I am indeed a little tired today. I am already trying my best to write. Please recommend me. Please add me to your collection. Chapter 154. Everyone in the hall was startled as they watched everything that had happened. Zhou Tai, who was still in an overbearing manner a moment ago, was actually sent flying by Xiao Yan with a single palm strike. A dignified advanced 7-star half-martial emperor expert was actually sent flying by a single palm strike from a 3-star half-martial emperor. If news of this were to spread, Zhou Tai's reputation as a high-class half-martial emperor would likely become a joke. However, while the other people in the hall were still shocked by Xiao Yan's palm strike, Zhou Tai suddenly turned his head around. His pair of deep eyes stared intently at Xiao Yan. The shock deep within his eyes was indescribable. Although Zhou Tai's strength was merely that of a 7-star bandit, his alchemist skills had already stepped into the 3rd rank. The level that he had come into contact with was that of a genuine elite Do D. Hence, he was clearly aware of some things that an ordinary person did not know. When Xiao Yan's afterimage disappeared, Zhou Tai clearly sensed that there was an undetectable energy swiftly gathering in the space behind him. It was also this energy that allowed Xiao Yan to quietly appear behind him. According to his knowledge, that mysterious energy was an extremely pure form of spatial energy. When he looked at this moment, he saw that under the encirclement of Zhou Tai's frightening spiritual strength, a layer of faint spatial energy was surrounding Xiao Yan's body, protecting him within it. The natural energy within this space was also slowly being devoured. Xiao Yan's strength was also slowly increasing as it was devoured bit by bit. Although it was slow, Zhou Tai discovered that at the same time that Xiao Yan's strength was increasing, the spatial energy that was protecting Xiao Yan was also increasing at an extremely slow pace. It was likely that this spatial energy would become a great help to Xiao Yan in the future. However, compared to this, what caused Zhou Tai's expression to change the most was Xiao Yan's control over the spatial energy. That kind of control was not purely based on external control. Instead, it was a perfect control from the inside out. Although Xiao Yan's current strength was insufficient and it was quite difficult to control it, if he was able to use this unexpected move in a battle, it might become the key to overturning the entire battle situation. This spatial energy has actually already merged into his body. Then, this layer of protective shield that he emitted, doesn't that mean? Could it be that he has already comprehended the aura of the Void Dao? No matter who it was, the Void Dao was one of the most terrifying forces in the world. It was the true power of the world. If an ordinary half-step emperor could control the world for his own use, then an expert who had comprehended the Void Dao could be said to be the ruler of the world. All experts that had comprehended the Grand Dao of Void were capable of obliterating the heavens and the earth with a single thought. So long as they thought about it, then no matter what the heavens and the earth were, everything would be obliterated with a single thought and transformed into chaotic nothingness. From this, it could be seen just how terrifying the Great Dao energy was. At that time, even the world would be under one's control, and one would be able to do as one pleased. Only then would one be able to be called a true miracle of the world. Of course, no matter what, everything in this world depended on strength. It wasn't impossible to destroy the Grand Tao. As long as one possessed sufficient strength, not to mention the energy of the Grand Tao, even the might of the heavens would be able to withstand it. Zhou Tai's eyes narrowed slightly. His deep gaze was both fierce and overbearing, causing others to feel fear in their hearts. However, at this moment, his gaze was staring at Xiao Yan as if he wanted to use all his strength to see through him completely. However, in the end, he was still unable to see through him. Humph! Kid, you have some ability. You barely pass. However, remember that my Alchemist Association does not accept mediocre people. If you lose in this Alchemist Grand Meeting, I will definitely not let you off easily. Xiao Yan's impeccable defense caused Zhou Tai to feel rather helpless in his heart. He curled his lips, thought for a moment, and then snorted softly and spoke unyieldingly. On the other hand, Xiao Yan laughed softly when he heard this. He similarly curled his lips and then raised his eyes to look at Zhou Tai and smiled. If you don't accept mediocre people, then why did you accept a disloyal and unjust person like Wei Yi? Wouldn't you be shooting yourself in the foot? Cough, cough. The tea that he had yet to swallow was instantly spat out. The lustrous jade cup in Zhou Tai's hand also exploded because of the excitement in his heart. Clearly, he was greatly agitated by Xiao Yan's words. On the other side, Gu Li's old face instantly turned red from Xiao Yan's words. If one wanted to talk about this matter with Wei Yi, one could only blame him, who asked him to give the position of the chief alchemist to Wei Yi without investigating. Cough, cough, all right, let's leave it at that. Today, Brother Yan Xiao is the new chief alchemist. He must be tired. Everyone still has their own matters to attend to. Let's leave. Finally, this somewhat awkward deadlock was broken by Gu Li. Gu Li was indeed worthy of the position of chairman. With a single sentence, all the elders present withdrew one after another. After which, Gu Li turned his gaze towards Xiao Yan and said with a smile, Elder Yan Xiao, you have also taken action quite a bit today. In addition to the exhaustion from earlier, it is likely that you are also a little tired. It is also not easy for the three of us to gather together. Before Gu Li's words sounded, Xiao Yan clearly understood the meaning within. He smiled. Xiao Yan's expression involuntarily revealed a trace of exhaustion, after which he did not say anything else. His body moved and he left the Alchemist Association. However, he did not head in the direction of the inn. Instead, he flew towards the west of the savage ancient city. At the same time that Xiao Yan left the Alchemist Association, a human figure whose entire body was wrapped in a large black robe on a certain pavilion emitted a cold laugh and swiftly followed. A moment later, Xiao Yan's figure slowly landed in front of a dilapidated house. A respectful expression involuntarily flashed onto his originally cold face at this moment. This place was surprisingly the place where old Luo lived in seclusion. As usual, this place was incomparably quiet. Of course, Li Kang's contribution was also largely due to this. If it was not because old Luo had acted to demonstrate his strength back then, it was likely that there would be people seeking old Luo's help even though it was already close to midnight. At this moment, Xiao Yan's heart was quite excited, although the waves of weakness that were transmitted from his body caused him to feel a little giddy. The 1 month that he had bitterly waited in his heart had finally passed. The seriously injured Heavy Shen ruler could finally see the light of day again today. Xiao Yan forcefully suppressed the excitement in his heart. He slowly walked to the front of the small courtyard and once again looked at the door that had given him hope 1 month ago. He involuntarily smiled and stepped through the door. Everything was still the same as it had been 1 month ago after entering the small courtyard. The huge pit that had been smashed by an 8-star Doushang back then had completely disappeared. It was as though this matter had never happened. Xiao Yan remained unmoved in the face of this. Old Luo's strength caused even Gu Yu to feel incomparably grave. This little trick was not surprising. When one's cultivation had reached the level of a true expert, only then would one understand that this world was merely a small piece of land. Everything in the world was just like that. Many things that could be considered as peerless treasures in the eyes of ordinary people could be easily obtained in their hands. From this, one could tell that the current level that Xiao Yan had reached was merely so. The reason why old Luo was still pursuing the path of weapon refinement was merely because of his personal interest. Otherwise, given his strength, it was likely that he would be able to easily obtain most of the refining materials in the world. Xiao Yan stood respectfully in the small courtyard. Immediately, he bowed toward the inner academy and said, "Brother Xiao Yan, I have been waiting for a long time. Old Luo, this little one, Yan Xiao, has come to retrieve this junior's heavy Shen ruler." His voice sounded, but old Luo's voice did not appear from within the inner courtyard. This caused Xiao Yan to involuntarily frown. His heart began to feel a little worried. However, just as he was frowning, a somewhat impatient old voice was emitted from the inner academy in a soft and gentle manner. "It is fine that you have come. Why is there a need for so many formalities? Come in." Xiao Yan involuntarily muttered in his heart upon hearing these words. Who within this savage ancient city did not know about old Luo's temper? Without his permission, even those 8-star ban emperors, who were usually high and mighty, would not dare to step into this inner courtyard of his. How would Xiao Yan, who was only a 3-star ban emperor, dare to randomly enter this inner courtyard? Although Xiao Yan could not help but feel a little worried in his heart, the worry in his heart was, at the very least, unnecessary. In this way, Xiao Yan was relieved. Moreover, he was able to step into the only place in this savage ancient city that no one could enter. Xiao Yan could not help but feel a little excited in his heart. Xiao Yan stepped into the inner courtyard. Indeed, compared to the front courtyard, this place was the pinnacle of the human world. The two courtyards that were next to each other could be said to be two different worlds. However, this was indeed the case. The instant he stepped into this inner courtyard, Xiao Yan instantly felt an extremely overbearing power sweep past his body. Immediately, all of Xiao Yan's secrets were exposed under that frightening power. When that power swept past Xiao Yan's body, Xiao Yan's heart also instantly rose to his throat. He could clearly sense that the investigation this time around was not an ordinary investigation of aura. That feeling was as though he was being peeled off layer by layer. Even the appearance of his bones was completely exposed to the other party's eyes. Fortunately, that was all. With Guyu, who could also be called an ancient antique, within his body, even if old Luo was incomparably powerful, it would be a little too wishful thinking for him to break through Guyu's protective aura. However, compared to the relief in Xiao Yan's heart, old Luo's gently shut eyes in front of a small wooden house deep within the inner courtyard suddenly opened at this moment. Although he did not know the reason why he was unable to discover anything during his earlier probing, this point also proved that Xiao Yan's secret had already been completely investigated by him. At this moment, however, his mind was not on this matter. Instead, it was on the secret that Xiao Yan had buried deep within his body. At that moment earlier, he had clearly seen that all of the bones within Xiao Yan's body were purple gold in color. Moreover, under the purple gold light, some mysterious lines had vaguely appeared on the bones within Xiao Yan's body. These mysterious lines had connected all of Xiao Yan's bones together. This point caused one to feel that these bones were incomparably mysterious. This was the thing that caused old Luo to feel the most surprised. Everyone knew that the bones within the body of a successful practitioner would undergo a transformation. It was just like the Do Shang arm that Xiao Yan had obtained back then. It was crystal clear. The formation of this point was akin to removing all of the impurities within a practitioner's body. It would extract the essence and remove the impurities. This was even more so for an ordinary bandit. Today, however, Xiao Yan's bones were different from an ordinary person's bones. Although they appeared similarly lustrous and crystal clear, this strange purple gold light was something that one could not understand. An ordinary person would become more lustrous the more they trained. Why did it become like this when it came to Xiao Yan? However, after old Luo's careful investigation, he finally saw that the mysterious lines on Xiao Yan's bones seemed to have faintly pieced together to form a picture. After seeing the thing on the picture, Old Luo's originally uncertain face finally became completely shocked at this moment. The picture that had been pieced together was actually a real purple-gold divine dragon. While old Luo was looking at it, the purple-gold divine dragon on the picture also seemed to have sensed old Luo's gaze. The picture, which originally appeared to be a dead object, instantly began to move on the spot at this moment. It widened its large mouth and emitted a soundless dragon roar toward old Luo. Although the dragon roar did not enter the ears of others, old Luo could clearly hear it. Immediately, old Luo's mind, which was surrounding Xiao Yan, seemed to have been beaten back to its original state as it instantly withdrew. At the same time that the mysterious strength withdrew in an instant, Xiao Yan had also stepped into the inner academy. However, he was unaware that the true ultimate expert deep within the inner academy had traces of blood seeping out from Shuang Er's hands at this moment. Her originally sleek red face had also turned pale at that instant. However, the instant that the soundless dragon roar was emitted, an old man wearing a purple-gold robe in a mysterious large hall tens of thousands of kilometers away appeared to have sensed something at this moment. He suddenly opened both of his eyes. A pair of old eyes, which were filled with the vicissitudes of life, also carried a rich surprise at this moment. He instantly looked towards the border of the continent, the southwestern region. That place seems to be the southwestern region of the continent. However, the dragon roar just now, could it be? Hiss, it doesn't seem like it, but ugh, forget it. Since you have already sensed it, my clan will also send people to search for it. After his voice sounded, the figure of this old man also slowly disappeared from this large hall. Correspondingly, in the other two mysterious realms, two old men, who were tens of thousands of kilometers apart, also used strange gazes to look in the direction where Xiao Yan was currently located. After the former sensed the dragon roar, the expression on his face involuntarily became a little ugly. However, in the end, he helplessly shook his head and gave up on the thought in his heart. As for the latter, after frowning and pondering for a moment, he finally shook his head. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from his original spot. However, this was not the end. A long while after this dragon roar was emitted, in a similarly mysterious purple-gold realm, a gentle and beautiful figure was seated cross-legged in the empty space in an even more distant place that had already surpassed the restrictions of the continent around her. Wisps of purple-gold dragon aura also transformed into a real dragon as she inhaled and exhaled, surging into this woman's body. The woman was wearing purple-gold skin-tight clothes. There were also grain-sized purple-gold dragon scales on it, protecting her entire body under these dragon scales. Although these dragon scales appeared ordinary, there was an extremely mysterious and vast strength on them. It was this strength that perfectly protected the woman. The strength of that strength was likely something that even the full-force attack of a 9-star Doshang would be nothing in front of it. From this, one could tell just how frightening the defensive strength of these dragon scales was. At this moment, under the contrast of the tight-fitting clothes, the woman's beautiful figure was fully displayed. Her smooth purple-gold hair was scattered all the way to her waist. It caused one's eyes to inadvertently notice her narrow waist that could not even be hugged. Above her waist, the purple-gold skin-tight clothes completely displayed the perfect curves of the woman's stunning figure. This woman was clearly an absolute beauty that could cause the downfall of a country. However, a long while after the dragon roar was emitted, the gentle and beautiful body of the lady, who was in the midst of training, suddenly trembled. Immediately, her pair of intelligent pretty eyes instantly looked towards a certain direction in the empty space. The expression on her face was filled with worry, however. In the end, the woman did not do anything unnecessary. At this moment, if she really wanted to help that person, she could only work hard in her training. Only by doing so would she be able to help him to the best of her ability. Otherwise, regardless of how worried she was, it would all be in vain. The woman ceased hesitating after this thought flashed across her heart. She tried her best to calm the emotions in her heart, allowing herself to quickly enter her training and work even harder to raise her strength. Chapter 155. Xiao Yan glanced around after stepping into the inner academy. He was involuntarily shaken by the scenery in front of him. This inner academy was just like an endless mountain range. Immediately, Xiao Yan knew that this so-called inner academy was likely a huge test that old Luo had set for him. However, as the victim, Xiao Yan was completely unaware of just what kind of medicine was being sold in this almighty elder's gourd. The lush green mountain forest covered the entire mountain range. The dense forest caused Xiao Yan to feel that this place was just like an iron wall that completely blocked his path. There was no way to find it. If old Luo did not take the initiative to appear in this place, it was likely that even though Xiao Yan was a 3-star half-emperor, it would be extremely difficult for him to find old Luo from this. It was not difficult to imagine just how vast this inner academy of old Luo was. Of course, Xiao Yan, who was on the Doqi continent, was naturally able to create a world of his own. Xiao Yan was even able to create a space that was tens of thousands of miles wide. However, the creation of this space today caused him to have no choice but to admire it. Due to the difference in the density of the space between the two continents, even with Xiao Yan's current strength, it was still somewhat difficult for him to create a space that belonged to him on the Yuanwu continent. Back then, Xiao Yan had spent quite a lot of effort in order to create a small space to store items. He was naturally extremely clear about the difficulty involved. Moreover, Xiao Yan, who possessed the heavenly tomb, was currently unable to open it. One could just imagine the difficulty involved. However, the more this was the case, the more shocked Xiao Yan felt by old Luo's strength when he saw the great effort that old Luo had made at this moment. Such a vast space was merely within the grasp of old Luo's thoughts. This was really the creation of a remarkable ability, creating the world within one's palm. Old Luo's strength was really frightening. Although this was what Xiao Yan thought in his heart, if he had seen just who old Luo was injured for a moment ago, it was likely that he would doubt himself in his heart. Xiao Yan casually swept his gaze across the vast land. Although the sky was vast, he understood that this was Elder Luo's territory. Naturally, he could not fly. Therefore, after hesitating for a moment, Xiao Yan's eyes flashed slightly, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Who said that he couldn't find Elder Luo? Since Elder Luo had already left a path, there was no need for him to waste his energy. Elder Luo, this junior thanks you in advance. Chuckling in his heart, Xiao Yan no longer procrastinated. He took the lead and walked towards the vast wall in front of him. As he walked closer, Xiao Yan could not help but exclaim in admiration in his heart as he looked at the ancient tree that was as tall as a mountain. He extended his hand and slowly placed it on the rough tree trunk. With a thought in his heart, his spiritual strength followed the arm that was placed on the tree trunk and entered the ancient tree. Streams of thoughts also merged into it. Suddenly, the expression on Xiao Yan's face changed slightly. He instantly withdrew his hand that was placed on the tree trunk. His feet involuntarily took a few steps back, and his eyebrows involuntarily furrowed. Under Xiao Yan's probing, this vast and boundless stretch of towering ancient trees were all extremely rare spiritual trees. Although Xiao Yan was unable to clearly identify the name of these ancient trees with his experience, logically speaking, they should be able to be controlled by someone. However, looking at the current situation, this spirit tree, the most incomprehensible and mysterious type of tree in the world. Spirit tree was different from ordinary plants. Spirit tree had a spirit, and with a spirit, it also had a soul. With a soul, it could be similar to an ordinary magical beast. They were an even more unique type of magical beast. In fact, the stronger ones among them were even able to transform into a human form like some high-ranked magical beasts and exist in the world. An ordinary person would not be able to recognize them. There were extremely few spirit trees in the world. Even if there were, they were basically spirit trees that had transformed. Most of them existed in the world. Although they were magical beasts, they were more kind and gentle than some cruel humans. Of course, not all spirit trees were kind. For example, some evil trees were corroded by the environment. Although they were also spirit trees, they were incomparably cruel and bloodthirsty. This was especially so after they had transformed. They would hide very well and would specially secretly kill some powerful experts, devouring their physical bodies and do-qi to strengthen themselves. However, the result of doing so was usually not good. All of them died from the impact of some kind of remnant qi in their bodies due to their unstable state of mind. Actually, they were merely digging their own graves, Therefore, not all things in the world were the same. There were countless scum among humans, and not all magical beasts were bloodthirsty. Take this spirit tree for example. If not for the influence of the environment, it would not have taken pleasure in killing. Moreover, the ancient void dragon tribe, the strongest in the magical beast world, was so tyrannical. However, who had ever seen them kill for no reason? It was all because of this whirling world. All the disturbance was just a desire in one's heart. While Xiao Yan was feeling doubtful in his heart, old Luo, who was in the depths of the mountain forest, revealed a mocking smile on his slightly pale old face. "Hey, you brat, you have injured me earlier. How can I let you enter so easily? Treat this ginseng tree as my return gift." Old Luo's voice had just sounded when a thought flashed across his heart. The endless number of ginseng spiritual trees appeared to have received some kind of order. Their large bodies suddenly shook. However, they immediately became quiet. All they did was quietly wait for Xiao Yan's arrival, of course. This scene also caused the few ginseng trees in front of Xiao Yan to tremble a little. However, the difference was that the ground around these ginseng trees that were extremely close to Xiao Yan also began to tremble at the same time. It was as though there was something frightening about to break out of the ground from deep within the ground. At this moment, Xiao Yan's expression finally became ugly. Although these ginseng trees appeared ordinary, the strength that they possessed was naturally unimaginable since they were able to exist in the world of an expert like old Luo. At the very least, with Xiao Yan's current strength, it was likely that he would not be able to receive a casual attack from them. However, just as Xiao Yan was about to retreat, the few giant gods in front of him did not have any intention of letting him go. Bang! With a bang, the ground within 100 feet of Xiao Yan suddenly exploded. Many tree roots that were as thick as Xiao Yan's thigh suddenly broke out from the ground. They carried a frightening do qi that could instantly kill a half-emperor expert as they enveloped Xiao Yan. In merely an instant, these countless intertwined tree roots had already turned into a cage that sealed Xiao Yan within. He was unable to advance or retreat. At this moment, Xiao Yan was just like a bird that had been trapped in a cage. In the face of such a powerful existence, even his breathing felt unusually stifling. Let's split it into 2 chapters. One chapter is too long. The next chapter will quickly end and we will move on to another section. Recently, I have been a little stuck in my writing. Coupled with the fact that I have advanced stage laziness, it is indeed a little troublesome. However, I will do my best to suppress it. Additionally, I am still able to keep up with the progress regarding the pill refinement section. I will try my best to enter the pill refinement section within a week. I also hope that everyone will encourage and support me. Finally, of course, I still request for your collection. Please recommend me. Please comment. Chapter 156. At the edge of the world that resembled a mystic realm, 3 gigantic creatures with twisted bodies were gathered together. Between them, there was a cage formed by tens of thousands of roots. A black-robed human figure was solemnly looking at the intertwined roots in front of him. The spirit tree is really not simple. Back then on the Do-Chi continent, I had only heard of its name but had never seen it before. Now that I have seen it, it is unexpected that the spirit tree is actually this strong. No wonder it does not exist on the Do-Chi continent. Such a strong spirit tree also caused Xiao Yan to feel extremely shocked in his heart. While he was praising it in his heart, the corner of Xiao Yan's mouth involuntarily revealed a bitter smile. This method of old Luo was really a little ruthless. With Xiao Yan's strength, how could he fight with this spirit tree? Was he not seeking his own death, however? This action of old Luo also caused Xiao Yan to feel extremely uncertain in his heart. This smelly old man was already so old that only his bones were left. Where did his temper come from? Xiao Yan cursed in his heart. However, the situation in front of him was real. What could he do even if he cursed old Luo? These 3 giant gods were not to be trifled with. Xiao Yan raised his head and looked at these 3 ancient trees through the gap between the roots. A helpless expression once again surfaced on his face, adding the waves of giddiness that were emitted from deep within his soul. He was too lazy to bother about these fellows. He sat down on the ground, crossed his legs, and entered into a training state. He began to slowly recover. At this moment, old Luo, who was deep within the mountain forest, appeared to have seen all of this with his eyes. He sensed the somewhat weak aura within Xiao Yan's body and roughly understood a little in his heart. Immediately, he once again smiled and muttered softly in his mouth, "Smelly brat, you are still acting shamelessly. Since you have come, I will naturally not let you stop. Otherwise, who will compensate for the loss that I have suffered?" Therefore, in the next instant, the body of Xiao Yan, who was in the midst of training, suddenly shook. A wave of pure and majestic natural energy suddenly appeared within the vortex within his body. Immediately, an aura that shot to the sky suddenly spread from Xiao Yan's body. It transformed into a wild and violent Do-Chi storm that instantly swept apart. However, the terrifying storm that could normally destroy a part of the world was like a gentle breeze in front of these spiritual trees at this moment. It did not cause the slightest ripple. At the same time, a brilliant Do-Chi light pillar shot out from Xiao Yan's body. It soared with the wind and transformed into a 1,000 feet wide Do-Chi light pillar. A couple of breaths later, it suddenly tore through the restraints of the cage and shot to the sky with an aura that was like a rainbow. Xiao Yan's aura, which was still slightly weak a moment ago, had completely recovered to its peak at this moment. In fact, it was many times stronger than before. Although he had not made a breakthrough, Xiao Yan's middle stage 3-star half-martial emperor strength had completely stabilized at this moment. Faintly, he was about to touch the barrier of the late stage 3-star half-martial emperor. It was likely that he only needed to wait for an opportunity to make a breakthrough in one go. Compared to the future, the current Xiao Yan was even more confident. Even if he were to encounter an expert of the late-stage 7-star half-martial emperor level, he would be completely fearless. He would even be able to kill them with a single attack with his full strength. To Xiao Yan, this move of old Luo's was truly like an auspicious sign from the heavens. After this, Xiao Yan's strength would definitely become even stronger. It was also only because of this that Xiao Yan would have even more hope for the journey to the western region. After all, the 4 great sects were not pushovers. Xiao Yan once again thanked old Luo in his heart. However, he also understood that old Luo's actions were not intended to increase Xiao Yan's strength. After all, on the path of cultivation, one could not blindly rely on external forces. Stubbornly clinging to one's own course would only produce the opposite result. However, fortunately, the principle of gradual improvement was something that Xiao Yan, who had experienced a series of major events, clearly understood. It was also because of this that he understood, more than ordinary people, how difficult it was to obtain true strength. At the same time that his strength had recovered to its peak, the faint feeling of dizziness in Xiao Yan's mind was instantly wiped away. What remained was only a feeling of fullness. His body shook once again. His body, which did not appear to be very well built, rose into the air. The tip of his foot gently pressed against the empty air. As for Xiao Yan's body, it instantly disappeared. Ha! Congealing fire finger. In the next instant, Xiao Yan's body flew around the 3 spirit trees in a seemingly illusory manner in the sky. The Do-Chi in his body followed his Chi paths and flowed within Xiao Yan's body. Finally, it completely agglomerated on the thumb of Xiao Yan's right hand. The extremely pure Do-Chi had completely turned into a substance under the rapid agglomeration. The frightening strength contained within it had once again soared. If it were to erupt in one blow, its strength would likely be comparable to a Tian-class Do technique. Soon after, a puff sound appeared from Xiao Yan's palm. A brilliant heavenly flame appeared out of nowhere. A frighteningly high temperature also spread out, causing the entire place to become dry and hot in an instant. Even the thick tree trunks of these 3 ancient trees involuntarily trembled under the frightening strength of this heavenly flame. The restraining effect of the flame on the spirit trees was also completely revealed at this moment. The expression on Xiao Yan's face still did not dare to relax even a little when he saw this. After all, his strength was displayed here. Even if he possessed a heavenly flame, it was likely that he would have difficulty even protecting himself if these 3 big fellows were to really fight. However, the arrow was already notched on the bow and had no choice but to be released. In any case, he was unable to avoid a big battle with these 3 fellows. However, He might as well take advantage of this opportunity to strike first and gain the upper hand. He would use a thunderous method to suppress them before charging into the deep regions of the mountain forest. Perhaps this was the only way that he would have a chance. Xiao Yan acted as soon as he thought of this. When this thought flashed across his heart, his body instantly swelled with the wind. In less than an instant, he had already transformed into a huge golden god. Every breath he took caused a Do-Chi tornado to pour out from the empty space. At the same time, the congealing fire finger between his fingers suddenly struck out, shattering the empty space with a single strike. A vast and boundless frightening storm also swept out at the same time. In the next moment, a huge cluster of fire, which was like a planet descending from the heavens, violently smashed downwards, smashing towards the three ancient trees with an overwhelming might. As spirit trees, they already possessed some spirituality when they were born. Needless to say, these ancient trees that had existed for an unknown number of years were even more so. At this moment, after sensing the frightening might of Xiao Yan's finger, the space around the three ancient trees was involuntarily filled with an invisible pressure, revealing the thoughts in their hearts. The aura of the heavenly flame on the cluster of fire caused them to feel a little uncomfortable. Fortunately, however, the gap in their strength was a gap that the current Xiao Yan was unable to cross no matter what he did. As they sensed the increasingly approaching cluster of towering fire, the three ancient trees seemed to have made an agreement. Numerous tree roots, which were hundreds of feet wide, continuously surfaced from the ground in front of them. They continued to agglomerate in the empty space above the three ancient trees. Finally, they transformed into an even larger dark green sphere. It was just like another planet that charged toward the enormous cluster of fire descending from the sky. Chi! The expected explosion did not occur when the two made contact. Instead, the even larger dark green sphere was instantly smashed by the cluster of fire, creating an enormous hole. The cluster of fire seemed to have been embedded into it. It merged with it and continued to incinerate the countless number of tree roots. A frighteningly high temperature continued to spread. The originally dark green sphere had become just like a piece of wood that had been completely burnt. It was bright red. When Xiao Yan saw this scene, his originally frowning eyebrows became even deeper. Given the strength of these three ancient trees, it would not be so easy for him to suppress them if they were to join forces. Even though Xiao Yan possessed a heavenly flame that had an extremely powerful restraining ability against the wood attribute, how could the current Xiao Yan not know that the seemingly incomparably powerful heavenly flame in his hands was actually just one of the essences of his actual body? It was a little too whimsical to think that he could suppress these old fellows that had lived for an unknown number of years. The scene in front of him was clearly reflected in Xiao Yan's eyes. The seemingly powerful wood-root planet was unable to resist Xiao Yan's heavenly flame at this moment. This point caused one to be extremely surprised. While Xiao Yan was still feeling puzzled in his heart, the wood-root planet, which was almost completely incinerated, suddenly flashed with a dazzling green light. A majestic life force swiftly spread from within. Xiao Yan's expression also became completely solemn. A wildfire could not burn it down, but it would grow again when the spring breeze blew. The dazzling green light was even more dazzling in the dark night. As the green light became denser, it had invisibly turned into a jade green color. However, the life force within it was even stronger than before. Suddenly, a chilly wind blew past. A strong fragrance of vanilla also spread and blew onto Xiao Yan's face. The rich fragrance of vanilla caused Xiao Yan's blood to churn. Fortunately, under the suppression of Xiao Yan's aura, it was not a big problem. However, before Xiao Yan could completely relax in his heart, in the depths of Xiao Yan's mind, a wisp of grayish-black aura that was difficult to detect quietly entered his soul origin. It slowly made contact with Xiao Yan's soul origin. However, Xiao Yan's spiritual strength was extraordinary. Although the grayish-black aura was extremely dim, it had already been firmly locked onto by Xiao Yan's terrifying spiritual strength. However, when Xiao Yan took it down, he was also extremely shocked in his heart. This little thing was actually able to break through his external defense and quietly enter the depths of his soul origin. This thing was really frightening. When Xiao Yan's terrifying spiritual strength wrapped around it, the heavenly flame in his body had already surged into Xiao Yan's sea of consciousness. The brilliant, heavenly flame shook its body and transformed into a mighty and overbearing flame dragon. It opened its mouth and swallowed the grayish-black aura. In the next moment, Xiao Yan's heart involuntarily sank a little. He did not expect that this seemingly unremarkable little thing would actually be so difficult to deal with. Under the terrifying burning of Xiao Yan's heavenly flame, this wisp of grayish-black aura was actually completely unaffected. The originally dim aura was still lively and lively as it floated in Xiao Yan's sea of consciousness. It appeared as though it was not afraid of anything. This caused Xiao Yan's heart to become even more solemn. Feeling helpless, Xiao Yan could only sigh softly in his heart. A thought was emitted from his heart. Soon after, an extremely tiny wisp of dense white flame suddenly appeared within the vortex within Xiao Yan's body. An aura that could not be detected also spread with it. The expression on Xiao Yan's face relaxed following the appearance of this wisp of dense white flame. His heart also sighed in relief. A thought passed through his mind and the spiritual strength in his sea of consciousness surged toward the wisp of dense white flame like a yellow river. With Gu Yu's control, Xiao Yan easily controlled this wisp of bone-chilling flame. His spiritual strength directed the bone-chilling flame to surge into his sea of consciousness. In an instant, it once again wrapped around the grayish-black aura. With the addition of the bone-chilling flame, the wisp of grayish-black aura, which was indifferent a moment ago, involuntarily emitted waves of slight chi-chi sounds at this moment. The originally dim glow finally became increasingly weak. Immediately, it emitted a soft chi sound before turning into nothingness and completely disappeared from Xiao Yan's sea of consciousness. At the same time that the wisp of bone-chilling flame appeared within Xiao Yan's body, old Luo's expression involuntarily changed once again from deep within the mountain forest. A pair of turbid old eyes instantly looked in the direction where Xiao Yan was located. Unfortunately, although his strength was exceedingly great and he was able to cross the 5,000-kilometer mountain forest to see Xiao Yan, he could vaguely sense an extremely mysterious aura surrounding Xiao Yan's body at this moment. Even he was unable to break through the protection of that strength. Naturally, he was unable to find out about everything within Xiao Yan's body. There is actually someone who has set up a restriction around him. Just what kind of terrifying fellow has this brat met? This strength is likely far greater than the old me. As he sensed the nearly undetectable aura around Xiao Yan's body, old Luo's heart was extremely shocked. A brat who had just arrived in a different world had actually managed to obtain the favor of such a person. Just what kind of shocking secret was on Xiao Yan's body? Unfortunately, although old Luo was an old antique who had lived for many years, he could only sigh in his heart when faced with Xiao Yan today. He did not think too much about it, however. Old Luo's gaze turned once again. A bright color flashed across his turbid old eyes. Although he was still unable to investigate Xiao Yan's true background, old Luo was extremely certain about another matter that had happened to Xiao Yan's body at this moment. Just a moment ago, an extremely pure heavenly flame aura had flashed across Xiao Yan's body. The aura that old Luo was searching for was here. Chapter 157. Old Luo's turbid old eyes penetrated through the endless mountain forest and stared at the black-robed human figure, who did not appear to be very muscular, outside of a wooden house in the vast mountain forest. His old eyes were filled with an ancient aura. Old hope was present in them. Qi high up in the sky, the cluster of fire, which was still ferociously suppressing the cluster of fire a moment ago, had become increasingly dim at this moment. The blazing fire glow was just like the glow of a firefly at this moment. It was about to be extinguished. Replacing the fire glow was a green-colored light that soared to the sky, appearing just like a star in the sky. Although it was already close to the middle of the night, the dazzling green light still caused the entire mountain forest to appear as though it was daytime. Xiao Yan withdrew his mind from his body. His eyes swept over the green light cluster, which was emitting a dazzling green light. The relaxed expression that had just appeared on his face instantly changed. It turned into a deep, grave expression. These three ancient trees were indeed not easy to deal with. His heavenly flame had only caused them to become even more overbearing. This ginseng spiritual tree was indeed worthy of being an old demon that had existed for many years. Xiao Yan involuntarily laughed bitterly in his heart when he thought of this. Old Luo's actions had placed him in a difficult position. This realm was formed by itself. Xiao Yan could only ask old Luo to let him out if he wanted to leave. It was impossible for him to do so by himself. As for Guyu, it was even more of a waste of time. If he could not leave, the 3 ancient trees in front of him would definitely not let him off. There was no way to retreat. From the looks of it, Xiao Yan's only path of retreat was to advance. He would use offense as a form of defense to block the attacks of these 3 ancient trees. In any case, old Luo would not simply watch him be killed by these 3 ancient trees. Xiao Yan helplessly shrugged his shoulders. A difficult expression was revealed on his face. However, he quickly laughed softly and said, "Since I am unable to dodge, I will fight with all my strength. I want to see just how powerful these spirit trees are." Ha! Before his voice sounded, a low beast-like roar was suddenly emitted from Xiao Yan's throat. Both of his arms shook violently as a wave of frightening white flames surged out from both of Xiao Yan's arms. In an instant, they wrapped around both of Xiao Yan's arms. His wide sleeves also turned into nothingness the instant the flames appeared. Qi Ning! With a loud shout, Xiao Yan's wide palm suddenly swept across the void in front of him. Wherever it passed, the white flames quickly condensed. When Xiao Yan's hand grasped it, it had already condensed into a wide white ruler. He held the giant ruler in his hand and casually swung it down. Everywhere it passed, the empty space was replaced by a thick layer of ice, causing one to have a demonic feeling at a glance. When one looked at the giant ruler, under the fiercely burning white flames, there was a harsh ice that was as hard as mysterious steel. However, outside of the harsh ice, there was a frighteningly high temperature that was enough to cause the world to tremble. Under this frighteningly high temperature, the 3 ancient trees still appeared to be a little fearful despite being hundreds of miles away. The heavenly flame that Xiao Yan had unleashed this time around had truly caused them to feel fear from the depths of their souls. At this moment, the overbearingness of the bone-chilling flame was undoubtedly displayed. Even though this was the case, Xiao Yan still did not dare to be the slightest bit careless in his heart when facing these 3 ancient trees. The strength of these 3 ancient trees was not something that the bone-chilling flame alone could contend against. More importantly, Xiao Yan still had to rely on himself. Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes. A wisp of dense white flame light also rushed into Xiao Yan's eyes. That frightening dense white flame also swiftly wrapped around Xiao Yan's body at the same time, completely protecting him within it. Both of Xiao Yan's hands held the giant ruler together. The dou qi within his body also swiftly surged out, transforming into numerous dou qi torrents that followed his palm and poured into the giant ruler. The dense white light on the giant ruler also became increasingly bright. When the light on the ruler reached a certain level, Xiao Yan's body disappeared along with the dazzling giant ruler. In the next moment, a dense white light instantly flashed in front of the cluster of roots. It passed through the huge cluster of roots that towered into the sky and charged explosively towards one of the 3 ancient trees. This might was frightening and shocking. Before the person arrived, Xiao Yan's hands, which were holding the giant ruler, suddenly moved. The giant ruler also arrived above Xiao Yan's head. The dense white flame swung out a bright moonlight-like glow, forming a crescent moon in this empty space. The icy cold aura caused everything in this place to involuntarily shiver. Without pausing, the instant the giant ruler arrived above Xiao Yan's head, before the space was completely frozen, the dense white giant ruler, which was flickering with an icy cold luster, suddenly smashed downwards with great force. A wild and violent bright silver heavenly flamestorm suddenly attacked from the body of the giant ruler the instant it fell. It transformed into a crescent moon that carried an incomparably frightening might as it crossed the sky, tore through the empty space and violently smashed towards the 3 ancient trees. Although the strength contained in this attack of Xiao Yan's was extremely powerful, it could only be described with 2 words in front of these 3 ancient trees. Not enough. With their strength, a half-martial emperor was already a thing of the past. Although they did not dare to guarantee that the current half-martial emperors were like ants in front of them, they were still pitifully weak. Even though the current Xiaoyan's aura was far greater than usual, the current Xiaoyan was ultimately still a 3-star half-martial emperor. From the way they saw it, this kind of low-rank half-martial emperor was at the very most a little stronger than an ordinary human. However, although Xiaoyan's strength was indeed not enough, they had no choice but to admit that the current Xiaoyan was not someone they could carelessly face. If the earlier Xiaoyan was an ordinary person, then after borrowing the strength of the bone-chilling flame, Xiaoyan's strength was already sufficient to pose a threat to them. No one was clearer than them about the suppression that the heavenly flame had on them. Immediately, when the crescent moon attacked, the 3 ancient trees appeared to have made an agreement. Waves of surging dark green do qi swiftly surged onto their strong tree trunks. Vaguely, a vague human face agglomerated in the middle of these 3 ancient trees. At a glance, it appeared to have a somewhat benevolent appearance. However, at the same time that this dark green do qi surged out, numerous thick tree roots that were like pillars that reached the sky suddenly broke out of the ground. They swiftly coiled and agglomerated in the sky. Finally, they agglomerated into a dark green vine dragon that appeared quite overbearing. The vine dragon's appearance gave one a feeling of overflowing life. Wave after wave of surging life aura seeped out from it, causing Xiaoyan to involuntarily feel a chill in his heart when he looked at this big fellow. However, there was no time to think about anything else now. The instant the vine dragon appeared, its seemingly unremarkable dragon whiskers completely transformed into numerous sharp roots that violently shot towards the crescent moon. Qi. Unfortunately, under the frighteningly high temperature of the bone-chilling flame, the roots were incinerated into nothingness by the spreading high temperature before they could reach the vine dragon's body. Even though this was the case, the countless number of roots continued to charge over in an unrelenting manner. It was as though they were sincere in becoming cannon fodder and were completely fearless. A moment later, the vine dragon appeared to be a little impatient. Another wave of thorns was incinerated by the bone-chilling flame. The vine dragon at the back let out a long roar towards the sky. The thorns, which were originally charging forward, swiftly retreated towards the ground at this moment. Waves of dark green do qi swiftly gathered in the mouth of the vine dragon at the same time. A frightening aura also spread out, causing the entire place to involuntarily tremble. The expression on Xiaoyan's face involuntarily became increasingly solemn when he sensed the frightening strength in the mouth of the vine dragon. Although these 3 old fellows did not use their full strength, they were still not something that he could deal with when they joined hands. Even with the bone-chilling flame, if he was unable to separate the 3 of them in one strike, it was likely that regardless of how good Xiaoyan was at fighting, it would ultimately be of no use. Damn it, it is really difficult to charge over. Old fellow, can't you just be a proper blacksmith? Why do you have to create such trouble? Aren't you purposely trying to harm me? At this moment, Xiaoyan could not help but curse softly in his heart. Old Luo's actions today had indeed caused him to be at a loss. Who would not be angry after being beaten up for no reason? Moreover, this was Xiaoyan who was in a good mood. At a certain moment, the expression on Xiaoyan's face slowly calmed down. A ruthless expression also flashed across his eyes as he looked at the vine dragon. It has been a long time since I have used that move. Let's do it again today. Cuckoo! I really don't know if it will still have the same aura as back then. The corners of his mouth parted slightly, revealing an extremely overbearing cold smile. The hand that was holding the enormous ruler exerted a little force. Waves of creaking sounds were involuntarily emitted from between his fingers. His arm was slowly raised. A hot aura brushed past Xiaoyan's face, causing the air that Xiaoyan was breathing to appear increasingly dry. The vortex within Xiaoyan's body, which had just become bright and full, had once again become dim at this moment. He gently shut his eyes, causing his heart to become completely calm. However, the instant he shut his eyes, a beautiful flame lotus slowly rotated deep within his pupils. In the outside world, the surface of Xiaoyan's body was actually filled with many strange-looking lines at this moment. These lines were of different colors, but they were faintly connected with each other. The faintly lit fluorescent light caused it to no longer appear too demonic on his palm. at a spot that was undetectable by others. A beautiful lotus imprint was also emitting a beautiful fluorescent light at this moment. As the fluorescent light flickered, the enormous ruler in Xiao Yan's hand could not help but tremble gently. There seemed to be something slowly gathering within it. At this moment, a certain old fellow deep within Xiao Yan's body finally could not bear it and opened his pair of turbid old eyes. Astonishment continuously flowed deep within his pupils. From today onwards, the time to write will be greatly reduced. If the updates are too slow, I hope you can forgive me. It is not that I do not want to update, but the situation does not allow it. Every time the updates are cut off, time will be very anxious in its heart. However, time can only do its best to update. I'm afraid that it will take some time to reverse this situation. Sorry. Chapter 158. Xiao Yan stood in the empty air. The space around him was being bombarded by wave after wave of frightening douqi ripples. The frightening aura caused the entire place to involuntarily emit waves of trembling sounds. The frightening aura of the heavenly flame was repeatedly emitted from the huge ruler above Xiao Yan's head. It formed a layer of hard ice 1,000 feet around Xiao Yan's body. However, it also emitted a frighteningly high temperature that caused one's heart to feel hot. At this moment, the black robe on Xiao Yan's body had already turned into nothingness. What replaced it was a brand new thick white ice armor that wrapped around his entire body, forming the most effective all-around protection. No one could directly penetrate the protection of this armor and injure Xiao Yan. The numerous sharp ice spikes caused this armor to not only possess a frightening defensive strength, but also an offensive strength that one would not dare to underestimate. Adding the numerous thick white flames that were repeatedly leaping on it, this armor was even more extraordinary. The thick white ruler that was raised high above his head also emitted waves of incomparably high temperature at the same time, causing the area around Xiao Yan to descend into an endless void. At this moment, the star-like dazzling radiance on the giant ruler also appeared even more dazzling. Faintly, there seemed to be an even more beautiful radiance that was strangely sparkling within it. The originally abundant douqi within the vortex within his body had once again sunk within this short period of time. It inadvertently gave Xiao Yan a somewhat empty feeling. His originally sleek red face appeared a little pale at this moment. However, his pair of bright eyes became increasingly bright, numerous flames of various colors entwined and gathered deep within his eyes. An even stronger strength was continuously agglomerating until it shook the world at a certain moment. This aura of a hidden dragon stirring up the winds and clouds in the dark also caused Xiao Yan, who appeared extremely weak on the surface, to secretly cause others to feel an extremely solemn feeling. The most frightening enemies were usually those who were adept at hiding their strength. One would never know just where their limit was. Perhaps they would never have a limit. While Xiao Yan was doing his best to agglomerate the douqi within his body, the hot crescent moon in the distance also violently smashed towards the vine dragon in an awe-inspiring manner. Looking at the vine dragon again, although the bone-chilling flame was extremely powerful, the similarly bright green light that was agglomerating within the vine dragon's mouth was even more real. The frightening douqi contained within it was something that even the current 3-star Ban Emperor Xiao Yan could not compare with. In the face of such powerful strength, it was difficult for Xiao Yan to contend with it even with the help of the bone-chilling flame. In this world, strength was ultimately respected. If such strength were to completely erupt, it was likely that even a 5-star half-martial emperor would not be able to endure for an instant. It was not difficult to imagine just how frightening this attack of Tenglong's was. The thick tree roots, which were just like a horned dragon, were inserted deep into the ground. Waves of vast and mighty douqi surged out from deep within the ground, followed the countless number of tree roots, and finally entered the mouth of the vine dragon, becoming a part of it. When Xiao Yan saw this scene, his dark black ink-like pupils involuntarily shrunk. The waves of energy originated from the earth vein. This vine dragon was actually using the earth vein chi for its own use. From the looks of it, it was likely that these 3 ancient trees had already touched the aura of the Great Way of Earth. By joining hands like this, they were already able to use the earth vein chi for their own use. In this way, the might of this attack of the vine dragon would likely soar to another level. As he thought of this, Xiao Yan did not dare to relax even a little. The flame art qi method within his body was suddenly circulated to its limit. The dou qi within the vortex was like a wild horse that had escaped its reins as it galloped out. In an instant, it passed through the various qi paths within Xiao Yan's body and entered the large densely white ruler that was emitting a bright light. At the same time, the crescent moon that had attacked grew increasingly close to the vine dragon's body. In the next moment, it would come into close contact with the vine dragon. Roar! A long roar that charged to the sky was just like an ancient magical beast that caused one's heart to feel fear. The enormous body of the vine dragon suddenly moved violently as it charged towards the endless empty space. It appeared as though it wanted to break through the restraints of the heavens in one go and break through the heavens. While it charged, an extremely pure green-colored dou qi poured out from the eyes of the vine dragon. It turned into a waterfall that towered to the sky as it poured down onto the tiny land below. After reaching the top of the sky, the vine dragon suddenly turned around. Its enormous dragon head pointed directly at Xiao Yan. Soon after, the anticipated dou qi light pillar did not appear. On the contrary, the enormous vine dragon suddenly swooped down toward Xiao Yan. It carried an aura that covered the sky as it swore to crush Xiao Yan in this place. Along the way, the crescent moon that occupied a corner of the sky suddenly shattered like an ordinary mirror. The aura of the vine dragon soared with the wind. Its originally soaring aura appeared even more terrifying at this moment. The green light in its mouth overflowed with the wind, dyeing the entire body of the vine dragon into a jade-green color that emitted a sparkling treasure light. However, everyone clearly understood just what kind of frightening strength the vine dragon contained under this treasure light. At this moment, even the elderly face of old Luo, who was in the vast mountain forest, involuntarily changed slightly at this moment. The strength that the vine dragon currently possessed had already exceeded his expectations. Old Luo narrowed his eyes. His sharp gaze was like a blade that pierced through the empty space and probed into the bodies of the three ancient trees. A cluster of black-colored aura was slowly drifting in the deepest part of the three ancient trees. Seeing this scene, old Luo's eyebrows were once again knit together. If this was not the case, how could the strength of these three ancient trees be so strong? He had suppressed the strength of these three ancient trees to that of a seven-star half-martial emperor. Although they were far stronger than ordinary seven-star half-martial emperors due to their tyrannical strength, the current scene was clearly not within old Luo's expectations. Hiss, what is going on? Could it be? It was at that time, while the countless number of roots were deeply embedded in the ground and absorbing the surging aura of the earth, some black-colored aura followed the roots and poured into the bodies of the three ancient trees without old Luo noticing. Humph! This thing really refuses to give up on its evil intentions. Do you really think that the old me is unable to do anything to you? If it were not for the fact that I have some misgivings about you, the old me would definitely seal you for thousands of years and prevent you from ever seeing the light of day again. A fury suddenly surged into old Luo's heart as he recalled that moment. Immediately, the aura of his entire body became somewhat turbulent. If it were not for his extraordinary status and his calm state of mind, it was likely that he would have been unable to avoid the space surging. Although he was extremely furious in his heart, old Luo also noticed that despite the extraordinary might of the vine dragon, Xiao Yan still appeared incomparably calm. Although the aura all over his body was a little weak, how could old Luo not see that all the dou qi within Xiao Yan's body had gathered into the giant ruler in his hand? It was likely that the following attack from Xiao Yan would be extraordinary. TSK, this person's state of mind is so calm that it is likely not inferior to even the old me. In the future, there might be a place for him in this Yuanwu continent. Who knows, he might even be able to compete with those little monsters. The position of the peak might not necessarily fall to him. Old Luo involuntarily sighed in his heart as he sensed Xiao Yan's calm aura. Unknowingly, he had an inexplicable confidence in the current Xiao Yan. That vine dragon might not be able to defeat Xiao Yan. In the sky, the distance between the vine dragon and Xiao Yan was merely 1,000 feet. With just a thought, Xiao Yan would be able to cross it in an instant. Xiao Yan's face remained extremely calm in the face of this wild and violent attack that was about to arrive in front of him in the next moment. It was as though the vine dragon had nothing to do with him. At a certain moment, when the dou qi within Xiao Yan's body was about to dry up, a slight change finally appeared on Xiao Yan's face. The giant ruler that was raised above his head did not move. However, Xiao Yan's stiff face twitched slightly, causing some redness to return to his white face. The glow in his bright eyes grew even brighter. His pair of dark black eyes had transformed into a gorgeous sight at this moment. The special lines all over his body emitted a lustrous light at this moment, giving him an extremely demonic appearance. The muscles all over his body slowly relaxed. Xiao Yan's entire body involuntarily went limp. At this moment, he was truly an arrow at the end of its flight. If he was unable to charge past this vine dragon, one could easily imagine his ending. After swiftly consuming an energy recovery pill, Xiao Yan forcefully supported his body. He shut his eyes before suddenly opening them. A sharp flame instantly wiped out the empty space in front of Xiao Yan. In the next moment, the dense white armor on Xiao Yan's body suddenly began to change in color. From bottom to top, it slowly transformed into a gorgeous sight. When one looked at the giant ruler, the dense white solid ice actually emitted waves of ka-ka sounds at this moment. Soon after, many thumb-sized cracks swiftly covered the entire body of the ruler. The ice fragments scattered and were replaced by a brand new giant ruler. Brilliant flames wrapped around the entire body of the ruler. Wave after wave of frightening hot aura continued to spread, causing the entire area to involuntarily tremble. However, this was not the end. Xiao Yan's hands slowly relaxed. Both of them were placed behind his back. His face was calm as he looked at the vine dragon that was charging towards him. Radiance shot out in all directions from his gorgeous eyes. A stern expression flashed across his face. Soon after, he opened his mouth and roared out, "In the name of the Flame Emperor, I command all flames under the heavens. Heed my command." When these words were spoken, it was just like a thunderclap that spread across the entire space. In fact, even outside of this space, on the entire continent, some of the old fellows who had transformed into human form involuntarily trembled. There was a thought lingering in their hearts. Soon after, those gazes looked towards the direction where Xiao Yan was currently located. 23rd on the Heavenly Flame ranking, Mysterious Yellow Flame. Return, a yellow-robed old man's body, which had paused at a certain spot on the continent, once again trembled. His eyes were sharp as he looked towards Xiao Yan's direction. However, he ultimately did not say anything. Instead, he placed his hands behind his back and stood quietly. At the same time, a cluster of deep yellow flames within Xiao Yan's body swiftly rose into the sky like a meteor. Soon after, it turned into a ray of light that shot into the giant ruler that had appeared out of nowhere. 22nd on the Heavenly Flame ranking, 10,000 Beast Spirit Flame. Return. Another stern cry sounded. The same scene once again appeared at a certain spot on the continent. Another cluster of heavenly flame erupted from within Xiao Yan's body once again. Second on the Heavenly Flame ranking, Nihility Devouring Flame. Return. A stern cry sounded. He Yan looked towards the direction where Xiao Yan was located from within the endless void. The corner of his mouth revealed a soft smile. Flame Emperor Xiao Yan, it's this move again. Haha, good. Since the Flame Emperor has given the order, I, He Yan, shall lend you a hand. Go. A cluster of dark black heavenly flame instantly shot out after the order was given. It merged into the giant ruler out of nowhere. Xiao Yan's eyes involuntarily looked towards a certain spot in the void when he sensed the merger of the heavenly flame. There seemed to be a pair of invisible eyes looking at him from that spot, however. A sharp, overbearing cry was once again emitted in the next moment. First on the Heavenly Flame ranking, D-Flame. Return. A towering flame suddenly erupted from Xiao Yan's body after the order was given. Soon after, a bright light transformed into a light pillar that shot towards the sky. Another light pillar shot into the giant ruler from the middle of the light pillar. Immediately, the brilliant light on the giant ruler once again soared, causing the entire space to completely recover from the darkness and return to daytime. The vine dragon arrived in the next instant. A stern cry was suddenly emitted from Xiao Yan's mouth. Heavenly Flame Eternal Ancient Ruler. / Chapter 159. Heavenly Flame Eternal Ancient Ruler. / A stern cry was emitted. Xiao Yan's pair of brilliant fire eyes immediately brightened. Flames flew out from the corner of his eyes and transformed into specks of starlight. Soon after, they slowly disappeared into the empty space. While Xiao Yan's stern cry was emitted, the brilliant fire ruler above Xiao Yan's head suddenly moved at this moment. It directly slashed out a frightening ruler glow that could split the heavens and the earth. It seemed as though it wanted to furiously slash apart the heavens and the earth. In an instant, it ferociously smashed towards the incoming vine dragon. The brilliant fire ruler did not pause even a little after this ruler attack was unleashed. Another ruler appeared out of nowhere and transformed into a ray of light that collided with the previous ruler glow. Together, they transformed into a cross-shaped ruler glow. Soon after, it violently collided with the vine dragon that was furiously charging over. Bang! The brilliant ruler glow and the jade-green vine dragon violently collided. In an instant, a glaring light spread across the entire sky. The countless ginseng spiritual trees in the vast mountain forest began to sway involuntarily at this moment. An extremely frightening aura swiftly spread across the entire space. With regards to this, old Luo, who was located deep within the mountain forest, completely ignored it. This was because when Xiao Yan commanded all the heavenly flames in the world, this old demon, who had seen quite a lot of the world, was already stunned by Xiao Yan's aura. When he saw clusters of heavenly flames rushing out from Xiao Yan's body, the expression on his face became even more shocked. All the heavenly flames in the world were in his body. Even the legendary Emperor Flame was actually in Xiao Yan's body. Did this fellow swallow all the heavenly flames in his original continent? The muscles on old Luo's face involuntarily twitched when he thought of this. Absorbing all 23 types of heavenly flames in one's body. This kind of courage was truly unprecedented. It was likely that no one would dare to do such a thing in the future. This little fellow. Don't tell me that he is not afraid that those old fellows will come knocking on his door? It is fine if it is just a few of them. However, you actually swallowed all the heavenly flames. Forget about those old fellows. If these heavenly flames suddenly rebel one day and bite back, it is likely that they will not even need to come looking for you. Old Luo sighed in his heart. However, he instantly recovered. Since Xiao Yan was able to merge these heavenly flames into his body and was able to use them as he pleased, it was likely that Xiao Yan possessed his own confidence. Old Luo's thoughts were really looking down on others. Old Luo laughed helplessly. Luo's attention once again. Based on the current situation, this should be Xiao Yan's full strength. It was likely that it was not impossible to block this vine dragon. Roar! A wild and ferocious roar sounded. The vine dragon's entire body suddenly shook. A mighty force that could prop up the sky was also emitted. Its body, which was blocked by the ruler's light, once again charged forward. It resisted the frightening ruler's light and suddenly charged forward. Xiao Yan's expression suddenly turned cold when he saw this scene. A thought passed through his mind. A brilliant flame instantly shot out from his eyes and erased the ruler's light. Immediately, the light on the sharp ruler's light suddenly soared. The frightening aura also soared. An incomparably frightening aura also spread. It was just like a towering mountain that pressed down on all the ginseng spiritual ancient trees. In the next moment, Xiao Yan's mouth opened slightly. A sharp and overbearing word was suddenly emitted. Break! The entire place suddenly stilled when this word sounded. Immediately, a brilliant flame suddenly soared into the sky from the two rulers' light. The fierce, intense flame churned repeatedly like waves. The two rulers' light also transformed into two incomparably sharp blade glows at this moment. They flashed past the vine dragon's body. Crack, crack! The sound of tree branches breaking was quietly transmitted. The entire vine dragon suddenly shattered at this moment. The jade-green fluorescent light over its body also gradually scattered in the next moment. While old Luo was feeling amazed by this move of Xiao Yan's, An even more majestic and mighty Do Qi suddenly churned under the countless number of dragon roots before Xiao Yan could relax. It poured into the already shattered vine dragon. Roar! A wild and ferocious beast roar sounded. The vine dragon's body, which had just paused a moment ago, once again began to move. Traces of dark red color covered its large eyes. The enormous dragon body suddenly twisted. Its dragon tail instantly tore through the empty space and forcefully blasted the strong wind that was coming at it. Before Xiao Yan could react, a ferocious whip viciously lashed onto Xiao Yan's body. Bang! The frightening strength caused Xiao Yan's entire body to become deformed at this moment. An unknown number of bones in his body had been shattered. Half of his body had already become numb. Although fresh blood continued to surge out, he did not feel the slightest pain in his mind. Xiao Yan appeared to be floating alone on an endless sea. He could not see the end of it and was also unable to recognize the direction. His entire person was in a stupefied state. He had lost all perception of the outside world. Roar! The vine dragon roared furiously at the sky. Threads of grayish-black aura also drifted out from its mouth, causing old Luo's expression to suddenly change drastically. Evil creature, why aren't you stopping for this old man? If you continue to attack, this old man will completely seal you today. At this moment, old Luo could no longer endure it. His skinny body instantly moved and appeared above the vine dragon's head. With a wave of his large sleeve, an incomparably frightening pressure suddenly descended and pressed down on the vine dragon's entire body. Roar! Another furious beast roar sounded. An endless black aura suddenly surged out from the vine dragon's entire body and completely received old Luo's frightening attack. The vine dragon did not care about old Luo's anger. Its body suddenly moved and charged towards Xiao Yan. Bastard! Stop for this old man. Old Luo's expression involuntarily changed when he saw this scene. His body moved and he was just about to step forward when an endless amount of black qi suddenly appeared in the empty space in front of him. It turned into a human figure and blocked old Luo's path. When old Luo saw this scene, although he was extremely anxious, he could only forcefully stop his body. His eyes revealed a fierce glint as he angrily stared at the human figure in front of him and furiously roared, "Hey Mu! Are you really courting death? If you continue to act like this old man swears that you will never be reincarnated." When these words came out, although they were overbearing and vicious, the black figure was indifferent. An invisible sneer could be heard as he laughed and said, "Do you really think that you can kill me? Luo Ao, although you think that you are extraordinary, do you think that you can kill me? Even if you forcefully seal me, you will have to pay with your old life. Is it possible for you to kill me?" When old Luo heard this, his old face instantly became gloomy. However, under such emotions, there was also a deep sense of helplessness. With his strength, wanting to kill this fellow in front of him was really too wishful thinking. An antique that had lived for 10,000 years was not someone that he could easily deal with. Even if this old man cannot kill you, if I seal you for 10,000 years at that time, you will naturally be destroyed by time. Although this was the case, old Luo still felt unwilling in his heart. He had guarded this piece of land for 1,000 years. However, even so, he was still powerless against this thing in the end. This was something that he really could not do anything about. When he heard old Luo's threatening words, the black figure once again laughed coldly. A pair of black hole-like eyes stared at old Luo as he slowly opened his mouth and coldly laughed. "Are you threatening me? Don't forget that I am of the same origin as the ginseng spirit tribe. If I die, they will also not be able to survive. If you really want to kill me, you must first destroy these countless ginseng spirit trees. Ask yourself, do you really have the heart to do so?" Old Luo's body involuntarily trembled when he heard this. The fury in his heart could not be described with words. However, the more this was the case, the more helpless he was against this thing in front of him. "TSK tisk TSK TSK, you want to borrow this brat's heavenly flame, right? After all, the only thing in this world that can destroy me is that thing. TSK 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 TSK." The black figure once again laughed when he saw old Luo's furious and helpless expression. He glanced at Xiao Yan below before he twisted his neck and continued to laugh sinisterly at old Luo. Although old Luo was interested, how could old Luo not know that if the fellow in front of him was at his peak, it would be impossible for old Luo to defeat him? Currently, only a wisp of remnant soul was left, struggling at death's door in an attempt to revive. Even so, it was still quite difficult for old Luo to deal with him. The ancient demonic creatures were really frightening. An ordinary person could not match them in the current era. Even these experts from the older generation needed to be careful. From this, one could see just how powerful the practitioners from the ancient times were. Roar! A thunder-like beast roar reverberated in all directions. The vine dragon, which had already turned into a dark green color, once again emitted a beast roar. Its enormous body suddenly shook and its originally forward-charging speed soared like a bolt of lightning. In an instant, it cut through the empty air and widened its large mouth, preparing to swallow Xiao Yan in one gulp. At this moment, the vine dragon was merely a couple of dozen feet from Xiao Yan. In an instant, Xiao Yan would become food in the vine dragon's mouth. At the very least, if Guyu did not intervene, it was likely that this would be the outcome. A sharp glint suddenly flashed within the vine dragon's enormous jade-green eyes as it watched Xiao Yan approach. The dou qi all over its body gathered on the surface of its body to block any sudden situation. The closer it was to this moment, the more careful it became. Looking at Xiao Yan, it was likely that he would not have the strength to retaliate. In the next moment, the vine dragon shut its large mouth. Xiao Yan's body was swallowed by the vine dragon. Along with it was the brilliant ruler. Chapter 160. Bang! A thunderous sound suddenly spread. The head of the vine dragon, which had swallowed Xiao Yan earlier, instantly turned bright red. Wave after wave of hot flame aura continuously spread from it, causing the surrounding space to involuntarily distort. Soon after, it suddenly shattered under a clear cracking sound. Ha! Heavenly flame, eternal ancient ruler. Break it! Suddenly, a somewhat hoarse cry was emitted from Tung Long's mouth. Soon after, Tung Long's large head was raised uncontrollably. An incomparably bright line of fire between his brows had split Tung Long's head into two. A slight sizzling sound was emitted when the line of fire appeared. In the next moment, the line of fire, which was only as thick as a strand of hair, swiftly widened. Everything around it was completely incinerated amidst waves of faint sizzling sounds, turning into nothingness. In merely a moment, the vine dragon, which had a majestic aura a moment ago, had completely vanished. Its remaining body was just like a wooden stake, without any signs of life. The dragon head disappeared, and Xiao Yan's body slowly revealed itself. His originally pale face had become as white as a sheet of paper. The originally blazing fire glow within his pair of beautiful fire eyes had also become much dimmer. At this moment, Xiao Yan was holding the hilt of the ruler with one hand. The broad, heavy ruler was slanted to Xiao Yan's right. Compared to Xiao Yan, the raging flames that soared into the sky did not diminish at all. In fact, the aura that seeped out from it was many times stronger than before. The raging flames transformed into a fire barrier that rose with the wind, covering the entire space. Under the support of the strong wind, it appeared just like a flaming flag. Xiao Yan was expressionless as he glanced with disdain at the dead wood-like dragon body in front of him. He slowly lifted his hand. The huge ruler was slowly swung along with Xiao Yan's action, forming a vacuum in the empty space. Soon after, the broad ruler gently pressed down. It was just like a dragonfly touching the surface of the water as it made contact with the dragon body. In the next moment, the 100,000 feet wide dragon body suddenly turned into a brilliant fire light. It was just like a heavenly fire path that stood in front of Xiao Yan. It is really unexpected that you have already mastered this heavenly flame eternal ancient ruler to such an extent within a short 10 years. It seems that you have already made preparations for this trip to the other world. Gu Yu's voice quietly sounded within Xiao Yan's heart. The praise within his voice was not hidden at all. Clearly, Xiao Yan's actions today had indeed exceeded his expectations. Xiao Yan smiled faintly in his heart after hearing Gu Yu's words. However, he did not reply. Being prepared in the face of the unknown was something that Hun Tiendi had taught him. After all, the unknown was the most dangerous. Xiao Yan frowned and glanced at the black figure in the sky after recovering. His breathing was a little heavy as he asked Guyu in his heart. Old Gu, this spirit tree. This ginseng spirit tree is no longer under the control of that little fellow above. There are really many unexpected things today. It is unexpected that there is actually such a powerful evil ancient spirit tree in this corner of the world. Before Xiao Yan could finish speaking, Guyu had already voiced the question in his heart. Xiao Yan's expression changed once again upon hearing these words. From Guyu's tone, it was not difficult to tell that even he was surprised by this so-called evil ancient spirit tree. While Xiao Yan was conversing with Guyu, the three ancient trees in the distance once again moved. The vine dragon was destroyed and the three ancient trees were also affected. However, this was mostly due to the fury of the spirit trees. Under the control of the mysterious black aura, the three ancient trees had already entered a berserk state. Xiao Yan had already entered their kill list. The strong tree bodies suddenly shook and the ground below suddenly collapsed. 100,000 feet wide deep gully appeared in front of Xiao Yan. In the next moment, a sizzling sound appeared from within the deep gully. Densely packed dark green roots turned into many huge vine snakes with the wind. They were wrapped in waves of strange black viscous liquid as they pierced through the empty space like many sharp arrows. They cut across the 10,000-kilometer sky and charged towards Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan turned around. His slightly recovered face involuntarily revealed a fury when he saw these countless vine snakes. There was really no end to this. A cold snort was emitted from Xiao Yan's nose. The large ruler in his hand was suddenly swung in front of him. The body of the ruler violently rubbed against the thorns on the heavenly flame armor, emitting a deafening friction sound. This caused the space around Xiao Yan to fluctuate. The moment the large ruler rubbed against the armor, the heavenly flame that soared to the sky instantly attacked Xiao Yan's body. At this moment, Xiao Yan had completely turned into a flaming person. Ha! With a stern cry, Xiao Yan's body suddenly shook. The veins on his hand, which was holding the huge ruler, bulged. Do Qi surfaced on his left hand. He waved his large hand and it suddenly drew across the body of the ruler. Numerous mysterious symbols also appeared on the body of the ruler. Flame, devouring wave ruler. With an explosive roar, Xiao Yan's body suddenly rotated on the spot. The large ruler in his hand also began to rotate at an extremely fast speed. Before the deafening sonic boom could spread, it was instantly covered by the explosive force that was brought about by the large ruler. The space around Xiao Yan's body once again collapsed under this ruler. An instant later, Xiao Yan's body stood still. The little Do Qi that had just recovered in his body suddenly disappeared. The world in front of him had also become a little blurry. Damn it! Xiao Yan cursed unwillingly in his heart. He bit the tip of his tongue. Under the stimulation of this heart-connecting pain, the giddy feeling in Xiao Yan's mind was finally wiped away in an instant. The continuous squeezing of the Do Qi within his body was something that even a half-D expert like him was unable to endure. The corner of Xiao Yan's mouth finally revealed a soft smile as he raised his eyes. Under the frightening might of the flame-swallowing tsunami that could destroy the world, regardless of how many vine snakes there were, they were all instantly killed. This time around, it should be over. Xiao Yan forcefully endured the waves of exhaustion and powerlessness that spread within his body. He did his best to squeeze out a seemingly relaxed smile on his face as he laughed softly in his heart. The sharp and overbearing ruler glow instantly swept across the countless number of vine snakes. In merely an instant, the vine snakes that filled the sky suddenly scattered. Under the frighteningly high temperature of the heavenly flame, they instantly turned into nothingness. The might of the ruler glow did not reduce even the slightest after the vine snakes were destroyed. It charged into the endless abyss below. After an earth-shaking explosion, it completely returned to silence. High up in the sky, old Luo and the black figure were facing each other. The scene below was completely captured by his eyes. At this moment, A cold smile was revealed on his old face when he saw Xiao Yan destroy the endless number of vine snakes with a single ruler. Immediately, he looked at the black figure in front of him and coldly laughed. Looks like you are really nothing in front of the heavenly flame. Today, you are destined to be unable to do anything to him. The black figure merely laughed mockingly in the face of old Luo's ridicule. A pair of empty eyes stared at old Luo. Soon after, a strange cold laughter was emitted from his mouth, causing old Luo's expression to involuntarily change. Luo Ao, you have really lived for so many years in vain. Do you really think that I will just stay here without moving? Or do you think that those few fellows can stop me? Old Luo's expression instantly changed when He Mu's words sounded. His eyes swiftly turned and looked at the endless abyss. In the next moment, old Luo's expression finally became completely solemn. Dead spirit poison. It is unexpected that you have actually refined such a thing. Haha. Isn't it prepared for you? However, this brat is quite lucky. Today, I will let him have a taste. He Mu smiled with satisfaction when he heard the seriousness in old Luo's words. His gaze swept towards Xiao Yan as a hoarse cold laughter was slowly emitted. At the same time, the endless abyss, which had just returned to silence, suddenly emitted waves of snake-like low roars. Standing in the sky, Xiao Yan's body, which had just relaxed, once again tensed up at this moment. An incomparable sense of danger also rose from the bottom of his heart. In front of Xiao Yan's eyes, waves of pitch-black, viscous liquid continuously surged out from the bottom of the endless abyss. Soon after, under Xiao Yan's gaze, it filled the entire deep gorge. When this strange river appeared, the surrounding land also strangely turned pitch-black. All life had also completely scattered at this moment. All the vegetation was instantly turned into a pile of powder. The pitch-black liquid contained a terrifying destructive force. After all life had scattered, the pitch-black liquid suddenly turned into a light circle and swiftly spread. Everywhere it passed, even the empty space was tainted by it and was devoid of life. In merely a couple of breaths' time, the frightening light circle had already spread in front of the tens of thousands of ancient ginseng trees. Only at this moment did the natural supreme life aura of the ancient ginseng trees slowly stop its advance. Even though this was the case, there were still a couple of ancient ginseng trees that were invaded by it and were seriously injured. Just as the pitch-black light circle was about to continue invading, an emerald doqi barrier instantly appeared on the ground outside of the tens of thousands of ancient ginseng trees. It wrapped around the entire mountain forest within it. The moment the doqi barrier appeared, old Luo and He Mu, who were high up in the sky, instantly turned their gazes over. Old Luo looked at the barrier that towered over the sky. His somewhat tired heart finally exhaled a long breath. The sharp glint in his eyes became even sharper as he looked at He Mu in front of him. Black fog churned on He Mu's face, which could not be seen clearly, when he saw the barrier. The space around him was also greatly affected. In the end, He Mu let out a cold snort and no longer bothered about it. Instead, he poured most of his attention onto Xiao Yan below. Each time he looked at Xiao Yan, he would feel an inexplicable sense of danger. This kind of feeling was something that he had never felt before, even when he was facing old Luo and the true owner of this mountain forest. The human in front of him had clearly become an anomaly. Xiao Yan, on the other hand, had placed all of his attention on the monster in front of him the moment the emerald green barrier rose. Just a moment ago, the viscous liquid, which appeared like a black river, began to churn violently like a hurricane. Immediately, it charged into the sky in front of Xiao Yan's grave eyes and turned into a magical beast that was neither a dragon nor a snake. This magical beast was shaped like a dragon snake. However, there was a horn on its head that emitted a sharp and frightening cold light within the rhombus-shaped beast eyes. A dark black glow was accompanied by a cluster of scarlet. Traces of bloodthirsty aura also spread, causing one to feel an inexplicable fear. On its snake-like body, there were countless thin strands of black viscous liquid scattered in all directions. It was like a mane that covered its body. As for its tail, it was different from an ordinary snake's tail. At a glance, it actually resembled a fish's tail. As its wide and large fish tail gently swayed, an extremely violent spatial storm swept forth. The strength of its power was so strong that it was likely that even a one-star half-martial emperor would not be able to withstand it for an instant. The thing that caused Xiao Yan to feel the most solemn was the frightening aura of death on its body. Under the suppression of this frightening aura of death, this magical beast seemed to have escaped from hell. Even though he possessed a heavenly flame, he still felt a sense of helplessness from deep within his heart. Hence, he had no choice but to use all of his strength to face it. The moment this magical beast appeared, its rhombus-shaped beast eyes were already firmly locked onto Xiao Yan's body. The dark scarlet light instantly sealed the space around Xiao Yan's body, causing Xiao Yan's body to be unable to move even a little. Xiao Yan's tightly knitted eyebrows became even tighter when he sensed the change in the surrounding space. His grave expression appeared as though it could drip water. His exhausted body also felt increasingly tired and powerless. The dizziness in his mind that had just disappeared pounced on him like floodwaters at this moment, causing Xiao Yan's body, which was already barely standing in the air, to become even more unstable at this moment. If the space around him had not been sealed by the magical beast, causing Xiao Yan to be imprisoned in the air, it was likely that Xiao Yan would have already become a human cannonball that shot towards the ground. Xiao Yan's weakness also caused the enormous beast to involuntarily release a low and deep beast roar from its mouth. The strange beast eyes that looked at Xiao Yan also revealed an extremely human-like disdain and contempt. To it, the current Xiao Yan was merely an arrow at the end of its flight. As long as it was willing, any random attack would be able to instantly turn him into nothingness. At this moment, it only wanted to admire Xiao Yan's final struggle. As though it had sensed the magical beast's intention to tease him, He Mu's pitch-black ink-like body distorted in the sky. Soon after, a thought was transmitted, causing the enormous beast that was surrounding Xiao Yan to suddenly tremble. Traces of fear rose from the bottom of its heart. Immediately, it did not dare to be careless. The beast that was filled with a foul stench suddenly opened its mouth. A thick light pillar suddenly shot out from its mouth and blasted towards Xiao Yan. The pitch-black light pillar instantly pierced through the empty space. In a flash, it had already appeared in front of Xiao Yan. It was accompanied by an extremely terrifying aura of death as it blasted towards Xiao Yan. Before Xiao Yan could get close, that extremely frightening aura of death had already pressed over from all directions, causing a deathly gray color to instantly surge onto Xiao Yan's pale face. He was just like a person who only had a single breath left and was about to die. In the next moment, the pitch-black light pillar that was like ink, accompanied by a terrifying aura of destruction, broke through the empty space and came crashing down. Awkward, the number of words in the chapter has been filled. I still cannot finish writing one chapter. Thus, I have no choice but to split it into 2 chapters. However, the second chapter is not finished yet. I will try my best to finish it tonight. Chapter 161. Bang! A circular frightening energy storm instantly swept across the entire empty space. The sky, which had almost turned into daytime, once again descended. Night once again descended. The vast space, which was originally as stable as a mountain, actually began to tremble slightly at this moment. The frightening energy storm suddenly smashed onto the barrier of Ling Tian. However, it merely created a wave of water like ripples. The space within the barrier was completely unaffected. Hey Mu, you are really looking down on this old man. This death spirit poison of yours might be strong, but it has not reached the level where it can resist this old man. With the both of us around, this old man advises you to stop today. A faint old voice quietly resounded across the entire empty space, lingering for a long time. The confidence within his words was completely revealed. The storm swept over, but Xiao Yan, who was within it, was actually completely unscathed. On the other hand, the huge beast on the outside had been pushed back by 1,000 miles due to the explosion. However, this huge beast was clearly not an easy opponent. In merely an instant, it had once again recovered. Its pair of large beast eyes suddenly turned and looked towards the interior of the barrier. Qing Mu, You have finally awakened after being in a deep slumber for so long. He Mu's dark black body was distorted. These somewhat strange words were slowly spat out from his mouth. His slightly hoarse voice gave one a strange feeling. From these words, He Mu seemed to be waiting for this old fellow called Qing Mu to awaken. Old Luo's brows involuntarily knitted once again when he heard the strange words within He Mu's words. Qing Mu, on the other hand, emitted a cold laugh. He did not take these words to heart. He Mu ignored these two people. A thought passed through his mind, and the huge beast suddenly turned its head. It opened its large mouth, and an even thicker dark black energy light pillar erupted once again. In merely an instant, the dark black energy light pillar had already arrived in front of Xiao Yan. A life and death attack had arrived once again. Humph! He Mu, you really look down on this old man. Allow this old man to see just what kind of ability this death spirit poison of yours has. He Mu's action of ignoring Qing Mu caused the fury in the latter's heart to soar. He immediately emitted a furious cry. The empty space outside of the barrier instantly broke apart. An old man wearing an emerald long robe also appeared in an instant. The old man had already waved his large sleeves when his body appeared. An extremely frightening Do Chi instantly shot out. It tore through the empty space and headed towards the dark black energy light pillar to intercept it. TSK, 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 old fellow, your opponent is me. It is best that you do not meddle in that place. He Mu laughed when he saw this. His distorted body, however, was blasted. His attack was blasted by Qing Mu's attack. Immediately, it turned into two dark black energy barriers, which blocked old Luo and Qing Mu. The expressions of the two involuntarily changed when they saw this. Given their understanding of He Mu, this action of He Mu's had clearly unleashed all his strength. This battle of his was really a fight with his back against the wall. However, there was something that the two of them did not quite understand. What confidence did He Mu have to successfully block the two of them when the two of them were to join hands? If he were to fail, the result would not be as simple as just being injured. This strength that he had only recovered after enduring for 1,000 years would likely turn into nothing at this moment. It was difficult to guess whether He Mu's actions were because he was completely confident or if he was really going all out. A solemn feeling rose in the hearts of old Luo and Qing Mu as they thought in this manner. No matter how one put it, such a powerful evil tiger was still not to be underestimated even if it was struggling on the brink of death. After all, they were old demons who had lived for 1,000 years. Their strength was not something that they had trained for nothing. In the face of certain hidden dangers, they were even more sensitive than those members of the younger generation who only had strength. This was also one of the secret methods that allowed them to survive in this world. The two of them exchanged glances with each other. They were indeed worthy of being old friends who had known each other for many years. They nodded gently. In the next moment, a wave of turbulent Do Chi instantly surged out from their palms and violently attacked the dark black barrier in front of them. At the same time, the dark black energy light pillar that was violently shooting toward Xiao Yan once again attacked. A dense deathly aura once again attacked Xiao Yan's heart. The moment of death had once again descended. Unfortunately, this time around, even though old Luo and Qing Mu wanted to save her, they were unable to break through the barrier in front of them within a short period of time due to He Mu's all-out obstruction. Even with their strength, they were unable to break through the barrier in front of them. Hence, they could only watch as Xiao Yan was swallowed by the dark black light pillar with their own eyes. The anxiety in their hearts was of no help. Bang! Another explosion sounded. Shock once again rose in old Luo's and Qing Mu's eyes. Xiao Yan, who had been violently struck by the dark black energy light pillar, did not move at all. The deathly aura on the light pillar did not cause the slightest harm to Xiao Yan. If one were to carefully observe, the dark black energy light pillar that should have violently struck Xiao Yan's body was blocked by an extremely overbearing strength at this moment. It paused in the space a couple of feet in front of Xiao Yan. It was unable to advance even a little further. At this moment, the space around Xiao Yan's body was filled with many different colored fire light pillars. The fire light pillars carried an aura that permeated the sky as they penetrated the sky. The dazzling light pierced through the empty space and pierced the core of the endless empty space. Its aura was like a rainbow. These fire-light pillars were all the heavenly flames within Xiao Yan's body. While Xiao Yan was in a nearly unconscious state, these heavenly flames, which usually appeared to be completely silent, finally began to move on their own. In the sky, Old Luo and Qing Mu instantly understood in their hearts when they saw these magnificent heavenly flames. At the same time, some envy involuntarily rose in their hearts. TSK, a heavenly flame protecting its owner. It is really rare to see. Although they are all seed flames, it does not mean that they will not transform into their original bodies in the future. This brat's future potential is really frightening. Those who were chosen by the heavenly flame were all true geniuses in the world. With the protection of the heavenly flame, one's future would be limitless. However, today, Xiao Yan was not only chosen by the heavenly flame, but was also viewed as a true emperor by the heavenly flame. He was respected by all the heavenly flames in the world. Xiao Yan's future achievements were unimaginable. Old Luo's face was filled with amazement when he saw Xiao Yan being surrounded by all the heavenly flames. He once again sighed emotionally in his heart. At the same time, the importance of Xiao Yan in his heart had once again increased. On the other side, Qing Mu's eyes also revealed an astonished expression as he looked at Xiao Yan, who was treated like an emperor by the heavenly flames. The shock in his heart was difficult to describe with words. Even these old fellows, who had lived for thousands of years, could not help but curse such a person in their hearts. While the two of them were stunned by this scene of Xiao Yan, He Mu, who had transformed into a dark black energy barrier, also took in everything in his eyes. When he saw this scene, even with his mental fortitude, he could not help but feel a solemn feeling in his heart. Xiao Yan's talent was truly the greatest in this world that he had seen in the past 10,000 years. 10,000 flames worshipping him. This was the first time since ancient times that he had seen such a scene. However, the more this was so, the greater the threat that Xiao Yan posed to him. If he was unable to kill Xiao Yan today, it was likely that Xiao Yan would become his greatest calamity in the future. With this thought, a thought passed through He Mu's mind. Another thought was instantly transmitted out. That enormous black beast once again moved. Humph! It is merely a heavenly flame protecting its master. I don't believe that you can endure a few more times. Bang! After a dark black energy light pillar was broken, an even thicker energy light pillar arrived one after another. It repeatedly smashed onto the heavenly flame barrier, causing the fire on the heavenly flame barrier to erupt once again. Although that group of heavenly flames still did not cause any harm to Xiao Yan under this wild and violent attack, the frightening aura from earlier had already fallen by 100,000 feet. The originally solid heavenly flame barrier gradually trembled under this wild and violent attack. The fire light that lingered in the sky also dimmed. The heavenly flame, protecting its master, was ultimately only able to block for a moment. Once this heavenly flame barrier was broken, it would be the time of Xiao Yan's death. The two elders in the sky also instantly became clear-headed, while the attacks continued to smash down. After clearly understanding the current situation, they no longer dared to be stingy. The Do Qi within their bodies completely erupted. One after another, frightening Do skills were repeatedly unleashed. Frightening strength continued to pour onto the dark black energy barrier in front of them, causing the dark aura on it to continuously weaken. It was likely that it would not be long before this energy barrier was completely broken by the combined strength of these two people. In an instant, the group of heavenly flames that surrounded Xiao Yan's body had already been mostly scattered under the wild and violent attacks by the two parties. The final remaining defense around Xiao Yan's body was also about to be shattered. Xiao Yan was in imminent danger. Chapter 162. Bang! An explosive bang sounded from the space in front of Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan's final defense had also disappeared with a bang at this moment. When one looked at the terrifying dark black energy light pillar again, its aura did not diminish. It overbearingly tore apart the empty space in front of it. Following which, a heavy attack suddenly poured down toward Xiao Yan's chest. If this attack were to hit, Xiao Yan would undoubtedly die. Old Luo in the sky saw this scene. His elderly face was immediately replaced by a deep anxiety. The veins on his forehead were exposed. His entire body trembled intensely because of the fury in his heart at this moment. His shriveled hand was clenched into a fist. Turbulent and surging qi repeatedly poured out and violently smashed into the black-colored barrier in front of him. However, the hope in his heart did not appear even after a long time. Everything appeared so late and so powerless. When one looked at Xiao Yan again, the exhaustion of the qi within his body caused him to completely descend into a deep slumber. The current him could be said to be the weakest he had ever been. In this kind of condition, it was likely that even a one-star doja would be able to kill him, much less this frightening dark black energy light pillar. Qi! The result of the dark black energy light pillar violently smashing onto Xiao Yan's body was merely a soft, muffled qi sound. When this somewhat unexpected sound was emitted, the hearts of everyone in the sky, including He Mu, who had transformed into a barrier, involuntarily stiffened. All of them were extremely shocked by this unexpected result. Just how many peerless treasures did this guy have on him? He actually bombarded their hearts again and again. At this moment, even He Mu's heart felt like it was about to spit fire. If it was someone else, even if they really had some life-saving treasure, it would be fine if they attacked 2 or 3 times. Why was there no end to it? Amidst the waves of faint qi sounds, the dark black energy light pillar that ruthlessly smashed onto Xiao Yan's body once again scattered. A huge flaming ruler that was covered in mysterious dark black lines slowly appeared in the sky. In the next moment, Elder Luo and Qing Mu, who were high up in the sky, were startled by this huge flaming ruler. This was another Dharma treasure that Xiao Yan used to protect his life. Was it this huge ruler that was formed from the heavenly flame? When this scene appeared, even the huge beast couldn't help but shake its huge head and look at it suspiciously. Clearly, even as a magical beast, it didn't dare to believe the scene in front of it. While everyone was in a daze, the strange dark black lines on the huge fire ruler began to wiggle at a speed visible to the naked eye. They were just like an assembly line that swiftly covered the entire huge ruler. In front of the 3 strange eyes, this large fire ruler had completely turned into a dark black color in merely a moment. Even the fiercely burning heavenly flame on it had been completely covered by it. The large dark black ruler did not possess the slightest luster. Its empty black color seemed to have originated from the true core of the endless void. It devoured everything and was merciless. Even the qi light was completely devoured by it. All matter that came before it could only end up being devoured. Surprise involuntarily flashed across the elderly face of Guyu, who was observing everything in the outside world from within Xiao Yan's body, when the huge ruler appeared. However, this surprise quickly turned into a soft laugh. His deep eyes penetrated Xiao Yan's body and looked at the endless empty space. His mouth softly muttered to himself, "There is no need to worry about this." He muttered to himself, "It is unexpected that you would actually do such a thing to him after merely 10 years of restraint. Han Tiandi back then was not like this. Ha ha, I wonder if it is because he helped you become an emperor or you have really changed." The hearts of the 3 people in the sky were instantly filled with endless shock when they saw this scene. No matter how they thought about it, they would never have imagined that a small Xiao Yan would actually attract such a powerful and frightening person. Just who was this little fellow with frightening talent? A pair of dark black eyes slowly opened deep within the endless void, while the huge ruler was being wrapped by pure darkness. An unknown light flashed across the bottom of the eyes. Soon after, they were once again shut. The surrounding space had once again returned to silence. Roar! Wild and violent beast roars reverberated endlessly like waves of thunder, causing the sky to involuntarily tremble. After the roar sounded, the huge pitch-black beast opened its mouth. A wild and ferocious suction force tore through the entire sky like a tornado, causing the surrounding space to continuously emit waves of explosive sounds. The endless space continued to explode under the might of the suction force. Immediately, the natural energy in the world turned into many frightening energy pillars that were as thick as an arm. All of them poured into the huge beast's mouth, accumulating sufficient strength for its next attack. Soon after, a terrifying aura that was many times stronger than before swiftly spread from the huge beast's mouth. It caused the entire empty space to appear as though it was being crushed by Mount Tai. If this attack was to be unleashed, it was likely that even Xiao Yan at his peak condition would have difficulty enduring for an instant. One could imagine just how frightening this attack was. Even though this was the case, the huge ruler, which had already turned into a dark black color, remained unmoved. It quietly floated in front of Xiao Yan and completely blocked him behind it. This stupefied action caused the huge beast to immediately become furious. With a furious roar, the suction force from its mouth suddenly increased dramatically. The natural energy in the surroundings were all sucked into its mouth. After an instant, the huge beast's body suddenly trembled. Soon after, it widened its large mouth, and a frightening energy pillar that was several times larger than its body instantly shot out. It pierced through the empty space and ruthlessly smashed against the huge dark black ruler the instant it erupted. However, in the next instant, the entire world once again turned deathly silent. Even the three people high up in the sky had become completely silent. Their minds were all stunned by the scene before their eyes. After that frightening energy pillar that was 100,000 feet wide smashed against the huge ruler, it appeared as though it had entered an endless abyss. Even after it was completely devoured, it did not cause the slightest ripple on the huge ruler. At this moment, the few people present were all stunned. It was difficult for them to imagine that the frightening energy beam that was capable of instantly killing a 5-star half-martial emperor would be completely neutralized by the enormous ruler before it could even display the slightest bit of power. Of course, given the experience of the three people above, they were naturally aware that the nihility devouring flame could devour everything. This small energy light pillar was merely a small manifestation of its strength. With this person's help, it was likely that no one would be able to touch Xiao Yan today. The space deep within Xiao Yan's body was transformed beside Gu Yu. A somewhat indifferent voice was slowly transmitted into Gu Yu's ears. Treat today's matter as me repaying him for helping me ascend to the throne. After today, I will no longer interfere with his life or death. As for now, treat this power as me temporarily lending it to him. Tell him that when we meet again in the future, I will take it back with double. An incomparably powerful pure Do Qi suddenly charged into Xiao Yan's body after his voice sounded. In merely an instant, the Do Qi within Xiao Yan's body had once again recovered to its peak. Even though this was the case, the frightening Do Qi was still incomparably vast and mighty. It continued to attack Xiao Yan's physical body. The vast space within the vortex, which had already been filled to the brim, began to tremble intensely at this moment. The surging pure Do Qi caused every cell in Xiao Yan's body to be filled to the brim. The slight tremor was just like the fury of a mountain, causing the space around Xiao Yan to continuously collapse. In merely a moment, Xiao Yan's body appeared like a bloated balloon from the outside. His originally ordinary body was just like an enormous magical beast at this moment. At this moment, Xiao Yan's skin appeared swollen red. Numerous bright red glaring crack lines covered Xiao Yan's body. Large amounts of fresh blood surged out, turning Xiao Yan into a blood person. Looking from a distance, he appeared quite frightening. His originally delicate and handsome face had become unusually protruding at this moment. The skin on his forehead had completely cracked and turned into a scarlet color. The heavenly flame within his brilliant flaming eyes had already scattered. What remained was a cluster of strange pitch black. Ah! The waves of heart-piercing pain that were transmitted from his body also caused the unconscious Xiao Yan to instantly wake up. After feeling the pain on his body, even with Xiao Yan's character, he involuntarily emitted a hoarse, painful moan. However, this action of his did not reduce the pain that was transmitted from his body by even a little. This strange scene also caused the three people in the sky to be stunned. When they sensed the incomparably overbearing aura within Xiao Yan's body, they immediately seemed to have thought of something. The expressions on old Luo's and Qing Mu's faces instantly became excited. From the looks of it, Xiao Yan was about to self-destruct, Although the self-destruction of a bandy expert could be completely ignored by them, old Luo's heart was currently not considering this. The only thing he was thinking about was Xiao Yan's life and death. If Xiao Yan was alive, they would have quite a lot of confidence in dealing with He Mu. However, if Xiao Yan was dead, He Mu was likely no longer someone that they could suppress. Although He Mu had been suppressed by Luoao 1,000 years ago, he had still ended up with a seriously injured body. From this, one could see that He Mu's strength definitely far surpassed Luoao's. This point could be seen from how He Mu had forcefully blocked the combined attack of Luoao and Qing Mu. Although this method would cause He Mu to enter a weakened state, it was still enough to see how extraordinary he was. Given He Mu's ability, even if he was suppressed here, he still had the confidence after 1,000 years of preparation. After all, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. A tiger that had fallen to the plains was ultimately still a tiger. Once he used his full strength, even Luoao and Qing Mu would have difficulty suppressing him. Today's battle would definitely be the end of the grudge between the three of them. That end point was this little bandit who had just barged in, Xiao Yan. He Mu was indeed worthy of being a true antique from 10,000 years ago. With his eyesight, he was able to tell at a glance that Xiao Yan was not self-destructing at this moment. Instead, it was caused by the strength that had suddenly appeared within his body. However, the more this was the case, the more worried He Mu felt in his heart. First, it was the seed flame of all the heavenly flames. Then, it was the essence flame of the bone-chilling flame. Now, there was a wisp of the essence flame of the nihility-devouring flame. Moreover, there was this indescribably pure Do Qi. The threat that Xiao Yan posed to him could not be described with words. If Xiao Yan did not die today, it was likely that this matter of failing miserably at such an easy task would land on his head. He Mu let out a cold snort as this thought flashed across his heart. A thought passed through his mind, and he controlled the frightening large beast that was agglomerated from the death spirit poison. The deathly aura around its body swiftly gathered. An extremely dense deathly aura also spread. It widened its large mouth, and a black fog-like energy pillar was instantly spat out of its mouth. It was accompanied by a frightening deathly aura that could destroy everything as it suddenly attacked Xiao Yan. The enormous body of the large beast suddenly moved when the energy pillar was shot out. It tore through the empty space, bypassed the large dark black ruler, and swallowed Xiao Yan's back. At this moment, Xiao Yan's body was on the verge of exploding. His wildly protruding eyeballs appeared as though they were about to fall out. Adding the fresh blood all over his body, it caused Xiao Yan to appear even more frightening. Both of Xiao Yan's wildly protruding eyes allowed him to absorb the scenery of the entire sky into his eyes. However, the current him did not have the mood to consider all of this. All he knew was that if he continued to maintain his current condition, he would be swallowed by the large beast above his head in the next moment. Even at this moment, the large black ruler that was suspended in front of Xiao Yan still did not move. It seemed that he could no longer rely on his only life-saving straw. Feeling helpless, Xiao Yan hurriedly called out to Guyu in his heart. He hoped that this stubborn old man would attack again. However, even Guyu did not seem to have any intention of attacking this time around. Regardless of how many times Xiao Yan roared in his heart, there was still no response. Everything that followed would depend on Xiao Yan himself. Whether he lived or died would all depend on the will of the heavens. In the next moment, the black fog that was filled with deathly aura instantly swallowed Xiao Yan. Soon after, the large head of the large beast swallowed downwards. Xiao Yan was once again swallowed by this frightening thing,